turning over that bus filled with worshipers from a church in Gary, Indiana, heading to a convention in Ohio. An ex-congressman with no home of his own has found somewhere to spend the night. Mel Reynolds scrambled to find a place Thursday after prosecutors told the Chicago federal court judge restrictions on sexual offenders do apply to the Democrat. The restrictions include not living close to schools. The issue arose at a hearing after the 63-year-old pleaded not guilty to tax charges. His attorney says Reynolds found a place to stay overnight and is hopeful about arranging longer-term accommodations. 2 national television reporters cited for violating media security rules at former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert's arraignment last month will not face court sanctions after their attorneys apologized to the judge in documents posted online. Judge Ruben Castillo accepted those apologies from ABC's Brian Ross and NBC News' Gabe Gutierrez. Governor Bruce Rauner signs legislation intended to help ease noise around parts of Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Bill signed into law yesterday increases the number of runways allowed at the busy airport from 8 to 10. A modernization plan for O'Hare envisions 6 east-west runways and 2 diagonal. City officials said they have, under the plan, they're not able to keep all 4 existing diagonal runways because of that 8-runway cap. State sponsor says it will allow the 4 existing diagonal runways to be preserved. Chicago sports, Boston finally cooled off the streaking White Sox with an 8-2 win. Cubs over Milwaukee thanks to an Anthony Rizzo clout, 5-2. The news service of Unbound. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Learn more at unbound.org. Check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to The Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summerman. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
5:06, and in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, Foo Fighters t-shirt firmly on this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte getting ready for Lollapalooza.
Good morning, Mike. Yeah, it's going to be pretty heavy on Grant Park. We actually had a lot of heavy traffic on Michigan Avenue and Lakeshore Drive and on some of the cross streets as well. You do have closures of Columbus, Congress, Balboa, and Jackson around Grant Park for Lollapalooza. The first bands start playing early this afternoon. And, of course, you can expect heavier traffic on public transit coming into the city late this morning and early this afternoon as well. On the expressways, you have a big problem on the outbound Eisenhower. Traffic is jammed from Costner to around Laramie. There's a rollover crash. One vehicle ended up on its roof. 5 ambulances are reporting to the scene. This is on the outbound Ike, and delays started Costner. You might think about an alternate inbound. There's a brief Capers delay from Central to Laramie. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, and parking as low as $7 a day, you'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com. See why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Let's get the very latest this morning. Meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 87. Mainly clear night, low 64. Then a mostly sunny day tomorrow with a high 86. And a late night shower or thunderstorm around tomorrow night with a low of 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you see the once in a blue moon this morning? The next time you'll see 2 full moons in 1 month, January of 2018. So get out there and see it now. 69 at O'Hare, 74 along the lakefront. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A now former campus police officer going before a judge today in Cincinnati to answer for a murder charge after his own body camera showed him fatally shooting an unarmed driver. And now 2 other officers have been placed on leave in connection with this case.
One concern I have is whether Iran will simply be able to purchase a bomb from North Korea.
By releasing a 4th undercover video, an anti-abortion group is inflaming a controversy over how Planned Parenthood donates fetal tissue used for medical research.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Is this one of these mornings you wish you had just 5 more minutes to get organized? Because I'm feeling like that today.
Never enough time in the day.
Exactly.
Hey,
bro, what's going on with your hair?
What? What's wrong with my hair?
It's sticking up. You've got a case of bedhead this morning. Mike Scott's jealous, but I'm sorry, but he's a little jealous.
That's not true. I showered.
No, I know you shower. You don't smell. I'm just saying your hair is sticking up in all directions here. All right, that's better.
That's the new look.
Okay.
First, kind of a note. Happy birthday, Milton Friedman.
Oh.
I'll be splicing in
Yes.
famous Milton Friedman
Quotes?
Yeah, what do you how is Milton Friedman a punchline?
I can't get over the hair.
You can't laugh at
I'm
Uncle
sorry.
Milt. 103rd birthday today. Were he alive?
Yes.
So let's start. What's a favorite Milton Friedmanism of yours?
I don't have one right now. I've got to take a picture and tweet out a picture of your hair. Now look over here. Come here, Dan. Look upright. Thank you.
I'm glad Milton Friedman is alive
to see this
listen to these indignities that one must suffer in the modern era. I'm gonna say that nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program. I'll start with there. Yesterday, if we could get on to more serious matters than my hair. What is your problem?
Here's a picture of it. It's just sticking up. I'm sorry. Bad case of the giggles this morning.
Yes, apparently.
All right.
I've got a cure for that. The 4th Planned Parenthood video was released.
No.
How about that?
I couldn't. You know what?
That'll straighten you up.
I'm so irresponsible. After seeing the 3rd one, Dan, I did not want to ruin my day and my time with my children yesterday by watching that 4th video.
Mm-hmm.
But I did watch Nightly News, and they actually talked about it. But in the context of which they talked about it, they said no body parts were sold. So we got you on this one. It was so strange. That was the conclusion of the report, is that this 4th video came out and no body parts were sold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But of course, I didn't believe them, and I'm questioning.
Yeah, that's not
their judgment.
I don't know what video they were watching. That is not what is conveyed in this 4th video whatsoever. And I'll tell you what. One of my favorite observations from G.K. Chesterton, the great Catholic apologist, is that those who have given in to unreason are ready for unkindness, and that's the story of Planned Parenthood. It is. Unkind is to understate what we're talking about here. It's barbarism. But once you have given into these unreasonable positions, the unkindness, the barbarism necessarily follows. And that's what we see happening. So the 4th video starts out with recalling what Cecil, I'm sorry. That's the lion. That's the lion that people are concerned about. Cecile Richards the president of Planned Parenthood, $500,000 a year president, CEO of Planned Parenthood, who's not in it for the money. Something she said about financial benefit when she was interviewed by George Stephanopoulos last Sunday.
It's not a fee. It's not a fee. It's actually just the cost of transmitting this material. There are no financial benefits. The
Absolutely
clinic
not.
Absolutely. And we're happy. Look, we look forward to the facts coming out.
Well, the facts are coming out, so she has a lot to look forward to, and it starts with Dr. Savinta Gindi. She was featured in the third video as well. She's featured prominently in the fourth video. She's the director of the Rocky Mountain Planned Parenthood facility, the chief medical ghoul there. Just let's remember what Dr. Gindi said, thinking about what Cecile Richards just said about no financial benefit and so on.
I think the per item thing works a little better just because we can see how much we can get out of it. Because if you have someone in a really anti-state that's going to be doing this for you, they're probably going to get caught.
Per item thing works a little bit better, and she talks specifically about not wanting to get caught. If you're not doing anything wrong, you're not worried about not getting caught, not doing anything wrong.
Well, that's a lot. That's a huge difference of a story that NBC was portraying last night.
Yeah, and
They skipped that soundbite.
There was a lot. I'm sure there's a lot that was skipped. Here's a conversation again with these kind of undercover operators from the Center for Medical Progress that posed as those who are interested in purchasing fetal tissue from various Planned Parenthood clinics. So here's an exchange.
Sometimes, if someone delivers before we are able to see them for procedure, then we are intact. But you'll that's never not know. What we go for. Yeah, we try for that to happen.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Can we play that again, please? She said, "Can I hear it again? May I?"
Sometimes, if someone delivers before we are able to see them for procedure, then we are intact. But you'll that's never not know. What we go for. Yeah, we try for that to happen.
She's talking about organ systems being intact. They're talking about obviously intact versus not intact. Intact is preferred. And this doctor says sometimes when we see we see them after they've delivered. After they've delivered, they're intact. I mean, listen to that again.
Sometimes, if someone delivers before we are able to see them for procedure, then we are intact. But you'll that's never not know. What we go for. Yeah, we try for that to happen.
Someone
so clearly
delivers.
They're doing late-term abortions.
Correct. That's the point. Someone delivers before we're able to see them, then they are intact. But that's not our preference. Doesn't stop us. It's just
murder.
Not our preference. On reason and on kindness.
I know I've seen livers, I've seen stomachs, I've seen plenty of neural tissue. We usually you can see the whole brain usually come out.
She talks about what she has seen.
The brain coming out? And this woman's not in jail either? She's walking around Colorado, probably taking a pottery class. Sorry.
And remember one of the other issues is changing the way that you do the procedure, the abortion. For the purpose of organ harvesting. That is problematic as well. It's a violation of the agreement that Planned Parenthood enters into with their clients. Well, here's a discussion on that.
When you get to 17, 18 weeks, because we do some of those, and that's when you're doing a lot more of the D&E, and you might get larger. So that's where we have to do a little bit of training with the providers on making sure they didn't crush or were able to.
So it's a matter of just training, it sounds like, to a provider.
I think so. I mean, it's hard to know how their specimens come out right now because it's not like we've ever been looking.
So they're talking about being trained by this organization so they know what to look for, they know what not to crush, so that's changing the way they do the procedure. So for the purposes of organ harvesting, which is, again, a violation of their patient client, essentially doctor, to the extent these people are doctors, doctor-patient relationship. Again, here's one of the more interesting pieces from this video where they talk more expansively about wanting to avoid getting caught.
So you really think there should almost be a national policy and protocol for how Planned Parenthood affiliates do tissue pregnancy?
You can't. just because we're all so different.
Oh.
But we have to know who else is doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have someone in a really anti-state that's going to be doing this for you, they're probably going to get caught.
How confident are you with your attorneys, the work that you've seen? They're building many layers so that they are making it difficult.
He's got it figured out that he knows that even if, because we talked to him in the beginning, we were like, we don't want to get called on, selling beetle parts across.
Neither do we.
You know what I mean? Like, no one wants to get
right. So how do we protect ourselves
from that?
We don't want to get caught selling fetal parts across the states.
That's really all you need to hear right there. They're clearly profiting off of fetal tissue and lying about it and getting thousands of dollars a day off of this, not paying taxes on it either. I'm done putting my head in the sand for my whole entire life. I thought Planned Parenthood was on the uppity up. I thought that since our tax dollars go to help fund Planned Parenthood, that women of, lesser means people weren't having to pay for abortions or for services. And it's all just a sham. It's just a lie. Well, they should never be labeled as a nonprofit and get tax exempt status because they're making money, and they're making money illegally off of baby body parts.
And $500 million in taxpayer funds. We're talking to Rand Paul, Senator Rand Paul, at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, 7:07. He's been one of the senators leading the fight to defund Planned Parenthood. We're also going to talk to Tim Schneider, the Illinois Republican State Party chairman, at 7:37. Because Mark Kirk is one of those Republican senators, maybe the only one, who is suggesting he's not going to vote to defund Planned Parenthood.
What?
Which means that Mark Kirk is not terribly interested in his reelection, in my estimation. But you mentioned not putting your head in the sand anymore. That distinguishes you from Josh Earnest, where the White House finally weighed in on this yesterday.
Earlier Planned Parenthood, you didn't really take a direct position on whether the president would veto a bill defunding Planned Parenthood. Do you know if the president has seen the latest video that came out today on Planned Parenthood?
I don't know if he has or not.
And yesterday, Eric seemed unsure he had seen any of the other videos. Do you know if he's seen any of them, and does the White House have a reaction to the videos?
Well, I don't know if he's seen any of them. I do know that he's been following this story in the news. And,
that's nice.
Again, we have, as you've heard me say before, there's ample reason to think that this is merely the tried and true tactic that we've seen from some, extremists on the right to edit this video and selectively release an edited version of the video that grossly distorts the position of the person who's actually speaking on the video. And Planned Parenthood has indicated that's exactly what's occurred here. And any review of the policy that Planned Parenthood says they implement indicates that the views expressed on the videos or at least the way that they're pictured on the videos, is entirely inaccurate. But for those policies and for the way that Planned Parenthood implements them, I'd encourage you to contact Planned Parenthood. But the president certainly will not support another effort by Republicans to try to defund an organization that offers important and needed health care services to millions of women across the country.
Sure. So Josh Earnest was definitely in the briefing with the crisis PR briefing that Cecile Richards had, because he's got her talking points down cold.
I'm in shock. I mean, that he is the leader of the free world. He is our president, and he is covering up this disgusting organization that kills babies and sells body parts, and he doesn't even care. And the media that he's watching is so biased. I mean, NBC News, can I play one quick clip, or should we take a break and come back?
We'll take a break. In terms of President Obama, the important part of that, you knew what his position is. The important part is he will veto any effort to defund Planned Parenthood, and the question is, will Republicans go to the mat on that? That's an open question.
As long as we've got to fight to make sure women have access to quality, affordable health care, and as long as we've got to fight to protect a woman's right to make her own choices about her own health, I want you to know that you've also got a president who's going to be right there with you, fighting every step of the way. Thank you, Planned Parenthood. God bless you. God bless you.
Hear about the big stories of the day Then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, is it worth shutting down the government in order to shut down Planned Parenthood? Your phone calls 312-642-5600. Here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine today, a high of 87 degrees, just gorgeous out there. And tomorrow, more of the same, a high of 86. On Sunday, we will have some clouds roll in here and a possibility of a passing shower or thunderstorm. It'll be humid, a high of 85. Let's get the travel times for this Friday morning and say hello to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Happy Friday. Good morning, Dan. Outbound Eisenhower. Traffic is jammed solid. Independence to Laramie, where the roadway is blocked entirely with an overturned vehicle. 5 ambulances are at the scene. It's a major backup, and nobody's getting through anytime soon. Seek an alternate. Inbound, there's a Gapers delay from Central to Laramie. That, for now, is just a 3 or 4 minute delay. Inbound Ryan, just a little heavy approaching downtown. The other expressways are good. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hey, do you need to sell your home? Chicago, with your friend Sean Hannity here to give you the only 2 words you need to remember. Call Saul. Now, I've done my homework, and when it comes to selling homes, Saul Z and the Z team have a proven system that's so effective, they can guarantee to sell your home at a price and a deadline that you agree to, or they're going to buy your home. Now, check the numbers. On average, now Saul sells a home every single day and attracts dozens of full-price offers every week. Now, that creates demand, and that helps your home sell fast and for the most money. Saul operates on a one-day listing agreement. List your home for 24 hours with Saul, and after that, if you're not happy, you can fire Saul, pay nothing. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 100 agents in the entire U.S. Find out what your home is really worth at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net. Or you can just literally call Saul right now at 312-508-3455. That's 312-508-3455.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined. Absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life. But you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
AM 560, The Answer.
So for the first time ever, NBC Nightly News did a story on Planned Parenthood and these videos. And their bottom line was last night was no body parts were sold. That's the conclusion from video number 4. And here's Dawn Lagoons from Planned Parenthood. They interviewed her.
We follow the law that says you cannot sell fetal tissue, and we don't. Women donate it. There is no selling, and there is no profit.
Mm-hmm. Women donate it.
A lot of
Where's the proof of that?
Well, there's a lot of haggling in those videos for something that provides no benefit to Planned Parenthood. Here is this is the 4th video that was released. I mean, here's what we're talking about.
Was that crack? Was that just the little bits of the skull?
Mm-hmm.
What was that crack? Was that the little bits of the skull? Uh-huh.
And then they discuss gender, which really, that's one of the reasons why I couldn't do it.
They're picking over organs when this exchange occurs.
I don't see the legs. Did you see any legs? I didn't really look, but... Oh, there's some... Oh,
there you go. Yep. We got all of them right
and
there.
Another boy! Another boy! Boy!
It's another boy. As they're picking over the organs of that boy. In terms of the compensation issue, there's a specific exchange in the video where the individuals posing as the buyer say, so the compensation could be specific to the specimen, and the Planned Parenthood representative says, okay. And
Planned Parenthood is arguing this morning, though, no cash was exchanged. Kind of reminds me of the Rod Blagojevich Obama Senate seat. But we didn't. There was nothing. There was just discussion.
Yeah, they're negotiating, and they're talking about entering into a contractual vendor-provider relationship. So yeah, they didn't bring a suitcase of cash, but this I would say demands investigation, not as White House spokesflack Josh Earnest said. If you want to understand what Planned Parenthood does, just call them and ask them.
Yeah,
that's the extent of the rigorous examination you're going to get from the Obama administration.
They help 3 million women a year, blah, 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 blah.
By the way, on the good news front, too, in terms of just the public reaction, it doesn't matter what old media networks do or don't do. There's another hashtag campaign in addition to hashtag Women Betrayed. There's hashtag Unplanned Parenthood, and it's people telling their stories and posting pictures of their sons and daughters, grandchildren, themselves, unplanned pregnancies, the stories of unplanned pregnancies that turned out to be wonderful lives, and the idea that celebrating life and erring on the side of life is where you want to be.
Play all the tapes. Play all the tapes.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, this is David Hall from Draft Tech. I've got a message for all you project engineers and project managers out there. Have you ever trudged through your engineering department and wondered if you were getting the best bang for your buck? A dirty little trade secret is that contract engineers are only doing engineering work about 20% of the time. The other 80% of the time, they're doing work for which they're not particularly well suited nor well trained. At the end of the day, you're paying engineering rates for jobs that don't require engineers, and those tasks aren't even necessarily being done well. If you really want to add value to your project and hold the bottom line, focus on getting the right people with the right experience in the right positions. That's where we come in. Draft Tech. DraftingResults.com. We've got drafters, designers, and line walkers, piping, electrical, and mechanical. We've got the 3D plant software, AutoCAD, MicroStation, and SolidWorks. Let Draft Tech put the value back in your project. That's Draft Tech. Check us out at DraftingResults.com. Cutting edge technology, old school service.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, that cop from University of Cincinnati out on bond this morning, and there's a new tape. So did he do this in self-defense? You decide.
And at 5:45, an update on MH370 and that part that they found in Reunion or off Reunion Island.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good Friday morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 69 degrees. And news from the Olympic front this morning. Beijing has been selected to host the 2022 Winter Olympics, becoming the first city awarded both the Winter and the Summer Games, narrowly defeating Almaty, Kazakhstan, in a 44-40 vote, despite any natural snow the past few years in Beijing, China. A Malaysian team is on its way to France, where the piece of a wing that washed up on the shore of an Indian Ocean island will be taken for investigation because Reunion Island is a French territory. It will be analyzed in a defense facility used for airplane testing. Christopher Voss was a former lead FBI agent and investigator who looked into the crash of TWA Flight 800 in 1996.
It's going to tell them an awful lot about what happened to the plane already, which will probably confirm a lot of things that people believe to be true, which is where it went down and where we're likely to find more pieces of it.
Meantime, searchers are scouring the coastline of Reunion Island in hopes of finding more debris. Israel's prime minister is calling the attack on 2 Palestinian homes in the West Bank a terror attack. Suspected Jewish assailants hurled firebombs inside the home, setting off a blaze that killed a toddler and critically wounded his 4-year-old brother and parents. Hurricane Guillermo is formed in the Pacific, headed toward Hawaii. It's a Category 1 storm now, but is expected to get much larger. Former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore is aware that he has very little name recognition in the field of 16 other Republican presidential candidates.
I'm just getting into this race, and it's true. I haven't been the governor of Virginia for over a decade. So I have to win this on the strength of my experience, my credentials, what I've been and where I'm going.
Gilmore officially kicked off his campaign on Thursday. Speaking of presidential campaigns, South Carolina's Lindsey Graham brought his GOP presidential campaign to Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood, where he voiced his support for Illinois Senator Mark Kirk's bid for re-election. Graham said he was totally in Kirk's camp, calling him a good friend. Kirk has been under fire in recent weeks because of several comments. Yesterday, Wheaton Republican Congressman Peter Roskam told Dan and Amy here on AM 560 he, too, is backing Kirk.
This idea that, somehow, Tammy Duckworth is running and the seat is gone, that's not been my experience. Tammy Duckworth can be beaten. So I just think we just need to, it's sort of like campaign fodder and a little bit of campaign gossip. But in answer to your question, I'm not running.
Graham, who entered the U.S. Senate in 2003, trails the national polls among the 17 major Republican presidential contenders. Chicago sports, Cubs beat Milwaukee 5-2 on the strength of an Anthony Rizzo 3-run home run. David Ortiz 3 hits. Red Sox beat Chris Sale and the White Sox 8-2. The news, a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable members. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way. Unbound is different at unbound.org. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Both political parties want people in this country illegally.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Now, they want them here for different reasons. Democrats believe that these illegals will vote for them. Republicans want the cheap labor. The vast majority of the Republican Party does what big business tells them to do.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention Offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention Offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
537 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Eisenhower Expressway is closed from Kedzie to Laramie, and it is going to be closed for some time after a major crash. 5 ambulances reported to the scene, but the closure remains now for investigation. Traffic is jammed from before Kedzie, and we're told it's going to be closed for a while due to this crash near Laramie. We'll seek an alternate. The first place you can get on the outbound Ike past this is at Central. Inbound, there's a Gapers delay from before Central to Laramie. You're looking at about 35 minutes Thorndale to downtown, with delays also on the extension on the inbound Ike. Slow North Avenue to St. Charles. There's a car fire there blocking the right lane. The inbound Ryan has a 4 or 5 minute delay coming into downtown. The other expressways are good for now. Traffic service with Spot Hero. For an easier commute, download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with promo code Radio560. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy, 87 today. Mainly clear and 64 overnight. 69 at O'Hare, 74 along the lakefront, 73 midway. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So are you changing your tune on this Cincinnati campus police case?
I am. I spoke yesterday in length with a group of Chicago police officers. Was at the lakefront, and we had a long discussion about what it's like to be a police officer and split-second decisions.
Was this while you were in custody, or
no? I was just
friendly.
Friendly, yeah. We had sat on the park bench, talked for a while, and they're all in agreement that the prosecutor in this case, Joe Dieters, it was a rush to judgment, that he was trying to make possibly a name for himself when he came forward and not reported the facts, but included his feelings.
He purposely killed him. This is the most asinine act I've ever seen a police officer make. He wasn't dealing with someone who was wanted for murder, okay? He was dealing with someone who didn't have a front license plate.
But he was also dealing with somebody who has a very lengthy arrest record. Listen to this. Sam DuBose, 43 years old, has been charged with 55 offenses before his death. 13 times for not having a driver's license, 4 times for not having a proper license plate. He was also charged with driving with a suspended license 8 times and had some serious charges against him, including drug abuse, domestic violence, and assault. But the assault charges were later dismissed. Conjecture on my part, probably because the alleged victim didn't show up in court. Well, he has 12 children with various different women, which doesn't make him, that's not the crime.
That's prejudicial. Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that discussion. So just let's give a little context. There was no license plate on his car. Well, there's no front license plate, right? And he didn't get a driver's license from the guy because he was still trying to figure out if he had a driver's license. So he didn't run his name. He didn't run.
That's the thing. Element of surprise. He didn't know who this guy was. He didn't have a driver's license. He didn't know who he was dealing with.
Correct. So he didn't know about that arrest record. Is my point.
True.
So
true.
So it's irrelevant.
Well, the second video came out showing a little bit of a different story, showing that the officer was on the ground, and his attorney claims that this is going to vindicate his client. Here's attorney Steve Matthews.
He thought he was going to die. He thought he'd be sucked under that car and run over as it was pulling away from him.
So the second body cam from a second police officer shows him in the middle of the street after he shot the guy in the head. The assailant, or Sam DuBose, moved forward. His car rolled about 100 feet forward and hit a pole. Did you say it was a slow-moving vehicle? But
Correct.
It moved forward and hit a pole. And
so how was he going to get sucked underneath a car?
He thought that he was going to get dragged under the car, that the guy was taking off.
So he thinks he may be taking off, and he does it, and from the original video, it doesn't look like he's taking off. But even if he did think that, it is occurring at such a snail's pace. It is not reasonable to believe that you were going to get sucked underneath that car. I'm sorry. That video, that second video with the different angle with him on the ground, from the first video, you can see that he falls back after the shooting.
Yeah, from just the recoil of the gun.
Well,
don't you think?
Well, he's a big guy. I don't know. A recoil of it looked like a 9mm. Recall of a 9mm is going to put him on the ground on his butt.
Unless he tried to open the door. So. I mean, it looked like he was taking his seatbelt off, but he didn't know. That whole stop lasted less than 2 minutes.
He could have been like, shoot while retreat. I don't know. But to me, there is not a lot there. First video, particularly. The angle from the other police officer's car, from the other officers that showed up with him on the ground, that doesn't tell me a lot.
Well, those 2 police officers this morning are on administrative leave because one officer backed up Officer Ray Tenzing's account that he was being dragged.
Well, he wasn't being dragged.
Well, he backed it up, and he said that on camera, and now he's on administrative leave for allegedly not telling the truth.
Oh, right. Could that be like a thin blue line kind of thing? Is that possible?
I just don't think that this
is that likely
prosecutor's
even
supporting his police officers who are out there every day trying to keep the streets safe.
Well, wait a second. I mean, he's talking about a specific officer that he indicted for murder. He's not talking about all police officers. We're not talking about all police officers. We're talking about this individual. Just as we talked about the individual in the South Carolina case that shot Walter Scott in the back while he was fleeing, for gosh sakes. This is not an indictment of all officers. Of course not. But let's look at the evidence as we understand it to this point and be reasonable about what it suggests.
All right. Well, is this reasonable? 1 count of murder and 1 count of voluntary manslaughter.
Yes, it's reasonable.
Do you think that's reasonable?
I do think it's reasonable.
Do you think it was reasonable that they set his bond at $1 million?
I think he was lucky to get bond. You're facing a capital crime.
He's a police officer. It's not as if he's going to.
You're facing a murder charge. And there's when ordinary citizens face murder charges, a lot of them don't get bond. Don't get bailed so they can post bond. So $100,000 to bond out. That's in a murder case. He's charged with murder. It's the severity of the charges that drive your bail, right? That's a severe charge.
But doesn't the judge take into account any priors? Of course they do.
Well, that's right. That's why he got $1 million bail and he could post a $100,000 bond.
Well, it got a little crazy yesterday in the courtroom.
State of Ohio versus Raymond Tenzing. You understand you've been charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of voluntary manslaughter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a courtroom.
Yes, she did not like that because when she announced the bond, the high bond, people started clapping. But his dad was in there too. The alleged victim's father was in there and just sat silently and wouldn't talk to reporters. But I don't know. I just feel like there's a little bit of a show me attitude with this prosecutor, with this Joe Dieters, and that he's using this to, raise his profile. Maybe he'll run for office later on.
Prosecutors are politicians too. There's no question about that. But I'm not. It was a little unnecessary to talk about the asinine act he's ever seen. He could have just stuck to the charges and the basis for them. I could concede that point, but the evidence is pretty stark. We'll follow the case, and I'm willing to be persuaded if there's something.
If there's any more videos, I will bring it to your attention.
But it's not about videos. There has to be something that explains his actions, that explains that was reasonable. It doesn't matter if he was just scared. You have to be reasonable. It has to be a reasonable fear for your life. He is unarmed. He was requested. He was told to take his seatbelt off. He's moving to take his seatbelt off. It looks like to me the car is not moving, or if for some reason it wasn't in park and he took his foot off the brake and started to slowly move forward. That reaction to shoot someone in the head, I don't think that's proportional.
Whatever happened to the taser? Why didn't he use his taser instead of his gun?
The question was any of that even necessary? It didn't. Mr. Dubose was not belligerent. He was compliant.
He did have a bottle of booze.
Maybe it was. I don't know. That needs to be analyzed. Maybe it wasn't gin. It was a bottle that had a gin label on it, but it didn't look like gin. It wasn't a clear liquid. He said it was air freshener. I don't know if it was that either, but whatever it was, it doesn't matter. It doesn't justify there's nothing that has been presented so far that comes anywhere close, in my estimation, my read of it, to justify that officer opening fire on him. It's just not even close.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
DeBose was on his way to see a movie with his 9-year-old son. Anyway, let's get the numbers on the weather. Mostly sunny skies today, just a gorgeous day. A high of 87 degrees tonight. Mainly clear for another blue moon. And then Saturday, sunshine, pleasant, a high of 86. On Sunday, we'll have some clouds move in here, a possible shower or thunderstorm. Humid, a high of 85. Let's get the travel times for this Friday morning. Here's Jim Delamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Outbound Eisenhower Expressway, there's a crash at Laramie, which has the interstate shut down on the outbound side. The outbound Eisenhower is closed there and will be for some time. The massive backup starts around Kedzie. It's massive for this time of the morning. Your way around this is to get to Central. That's the first place you can get on the outbound Eisenhower past this crash at Laramie. Inbound, there's a Capers delay starting before Central. It's also slow on the inbound Ike North Avenue to St. Charles. There's a car fire in the right lane. Elsewhere, we see mild delays now on the inbound Stevenson, Ryan, I-57, and Bishop Ford. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
For a list of complete offer details, visit howwetraderadio.com. An individual's trading strategy or personal trading does not guarantee future results or returns.
Hi, John and Pete Najarian here. You may know us from television, where we're frequently featured on CNBC as leading option experts. We have some great news you do not want to miss.
As option floor traders and co-founders of Option Monster, people always want to know our secrets for trading options.
So we wrote an entire book on it. We've received over 100,000 orders over the past few months, and today we're giving away a limited number of these books for free. Just cover shipping and handling.
Learn how to use options like we do to make more income with less capital.
To reduce your investment risks.
And make money regardless of which way the market's moving.
It's all right here in this book, and today it's yours for free.
Equity options today are hailed as one of the most successful financial products to be introduced in modern times. You have to learn to profit from them.
This one book could dramatically increase your investment returns.
And today, it's free.
Call now. 1-800-600-8551. That's 1-800-600-8551. 1-800-600-8551.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So yesterday, Brad Sherman, he's this Democrat congressman from California, He was on with Jose Diaz-Balart on MSNBC talking about the Iran nuclear deal. And here's one of the things that he raised as a potential concern that I really haven't heard raised previously. We're going to talk to Rand Paul at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, see what his take is on it. But another reason to be concerned about a pathway to nuclear weapons for Iran, and another reason to doubt the vitality and sense and common sense of this deal. Brad Sherman addressing the Iran nuclear deal.
One concern I have is whether Iran will simply be able to purchase a bomb from North Korea. This deal will give them $56 billion. I don't know what the North Korean price is, but I'll be back at the White House in the next few days. The president has invited me back, and first thing on my list is what control mechanisms do we have to make sure that North Korea is not able to sell its nuclear weapons, whether it be to a terrorist organization, which most of whom don't have near enough money, or to the state of Iran.
So Brad Sherman was one of 30 Democrats that went to the White House to meet with President Obama to discuss the Iran deal. Obviously, Obama making his case. There's even a good contingent of Democrats that have some real qualms about the deal, so that's encouraging. I don't know where it's going to go, but it's encouraging that some of these substantive questions are being asked and that the deal is being challenged. We'll see who has the strength of their convictions as it pertains to understanding this is a bad deal to vote no on it. But we talked to Peter Roskam yesterday, and there's a number of Democrats who have already staked out positions, including Steve Israel, a congressman from New York, Democrat, former head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. So you have some people weighing in on this that potentially present the possibility of this thing could be derailed.
And all we need is 44 House Democrats and 13 Democratic senators to vote no. I know it's a long slog, numbers. But if you start with 30, slowly.
Here's something else that Sherman said, another just incredible part of this deal. It's almost like Rouhani and the mullahs in Iran came up with this themselves and presented to John Kerry to take to the UN Security Council first to get it passed, and then to take to Congress to ram that through. It's just incredible. The International Atomic Energy Agency, right? The agency charged with the inspections and the oversight if there's the perception that there's a violation. Listen to what Brad Sherman had to say about the IAEA and their arrangement.
The agreement between the IAEA and Iran, which we're relying on, no one in the U.S. government has a copy of. And it's not clear whether we've been able to read it. Now, that is the tradition with the IAEA. But the traditions of the IAEA, the nuclear watchdog, those traditions are about how to prevent the Netherlands from having a nuclear weapon, how to make sure Costa Rica doesn't do it. The traditions of the IAEA don't fit dealing with a country like Iran.
Brad Sherman quickly becoming my favorite Democrat congressman, making two very important points there. And then there was Sherman's exchange 2 days ago on the Hill with John Kerry.
It's classic.
I mean, this is incredible. Good. Buckle your seatbelts for this one.
But let's say Congress doesn't take your advice. We override a veto. And the law that's triggered then imposes certain sanctions. Will you follow the law even though you think it violates this agreement clearly, and even if you think it's absolutely terrible policy?
I can't begin to answer that at this point without consulting with the president and determining what the circumstances are.
So you're not committed to following the law?
No, I said I'm not going to deal with a hypothetical, that's all.
Not committed to following the law. That should be the tagline of the Obama administration.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to purchase a home after filing bankruptcy or when your home was foreclosed, you called me and I helped you. When you tried to purchase a home you couldn't afford, you called me and I advised you to purchase a less expensive home. If you want to talk with me about about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email david@perldavid.com. That's david@perldavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
How should I manage my money? Whether you're a multi-million-dollar investor or just starting out, the answer is Betterment. I'm John Stein, founder of Betterment, where our smarter technology manages billions of dollars for over 100,000 customers for a fraction of the cost of traditional investment services. Sign up now and get up to 6 months free. Get full terms and conditions at betterment.com/600. Betterment. Investing made better. Sign up today at betterment.com/600.
10,000 baby boomers a day are turning 65, and that's for the next 17 years. Tune in to Aging Info Radio this Sunday at 9 a.m. to catch conversations regarding healthy aging, elder care, boomer and senior lifestyles, wealthy retirement, and related topics to keep us all moving forward on our aging journey. So join Sue Zawacki and her guests on Aging Info Radio for boomers and seniors, aging but not growing old. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560. The Answer. Presented by ControlMyCare.info.
As a doctor of podiatry, I am also a teacher responsible for educating my patients so they're better prepared to make decisions regarding their health. I'm Dr. O.A. Mercado, author of many books, developer of multiple surgical techniques, and the first American to win the International ESCAS Award for Excellence in Podiatry. As the founder of Mercado Foot and Ankle Clinics, our #1 priority is delivering quality care.
I'm Dr. Kent Mercado. For more than a half a century, our family has served generations of families with sound and innovative solutions to their foot and ankle needs. We're one of the leading foot and ankle centers in Illinois and have 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Let our family take care of your family. Please call today to set up an appointment.
Call Mercado Foot and Ankle Centers now at 708-383-6800 or visit oamercado.com. That's 708-383-6800 or online at oamercado.com. 708-383-6800.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Hillary Clinton and those pesky emails.
And Newspeak at the University of New Hampshire at 6:16.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following. Lollapalooza kicks off today, a state senator not running, and a sunny day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The hunter is now hunted. Zimbabwe is going after the American who killed their beloved lion, a dentist who's in seclusion amid angry protests in Minnesota. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Zimbabwe officials say they want Walter Palmer extradited. An online petition through the Obama administration's We the People campaign has collected more than 140,000 signatures asking for Palmer to be charged.
There will be a forthcoming White House response. The thing that I will say as a general matter is that decisions about prosecution and extradition are made over at the Department of Justice.
It's White House spokesman Josh Earnest. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service trying to reach Palmer, who says he didn't know he was killing a protected lion, Dave.
Tony, the part of a wing that washes ashore on an island is en route to France, where investigators could determine if it's from that missing Malaysian plane. Australian Deputy Prime Minister Warren Truss hopes it might
give some kind of closure to the families who have loved ones who perished on the aircraft.
We're expecting more of Hillary Clinton's emails today from when the Democratic presidential frontrunner was Secretary of State. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
A source familiar with the email investigation tells Fox News that data from multiple intelligence agencies was found on Clinton's private server, as well as information about the Benghazi attacks. Also, a random sampling by the intelligence community's watchdog has identified 5 emails containing classified information. One of them was released in full by the State Department on its Reading Room website. Meanwhile, Clinton is expected today to urge Congress to lift the trade embargo on Cuba during an appearance in Miami. Dave.
Rachel, Donald Trump tops another Republican poll. Rasmussen gives him 26%. That's more than Scott Walker and Jeb Bush combined in second and third place. The International Olympic Committee has picked the host for the 2022 Winter Games.
Beijing.
That was, of course, home to the 2008 Summer Olympics. Beijing beat out a city in Kazakhstan. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Big trouble on the Eisenhower on the outbound side, we believe, this morning. Completely shut down due to a severe accident. Jim Talamonte will be along momentarily with details on that, but it is a major disruption on this Getaway Friday here in the summertime. We'll have more details on that Eisenhower disruption that may be impacting you this morning in just a moment. A man on trial in the shooting death of a Chicago police officer, Thor Soderberg, took the witness stand and said he's proud that he killed the officer. Brian Brewer was on the witness stand for more than 2 hours Thursday before Judge Timothy Joyce halted that trial and ordered him removed after he repeatedly ignored orders to sit down. An ex-congressman with no home of his own is found somewhere to spend the night, apparently. Mel Reynolds scrambled to find a place Thursday after prosecutors told the Chicago federal court restrictions on sexual offenders do apply to the Democrat. The judge in the morning in that case rejected several places that Reynolds suggested he could live. His attorney said Reynolds did find a place to stay overnight. The issue arose at a hearing yesterday after the 63-year-old pleaded not guilty to tax charges. State Senator Tom Cullerton dropping out of the race to become a U.S. congressman. The Villa Park Democrat was one of the contenders looking to replace U.S. Representative Tammy Duckworth in the 8th Congressional District. Duckworth, you may recall, has decided to make a run for the U.S. Senate. Cullerton announcing instead he'll focus on being reelected. And now that Cook County has boosted its sales tax by 1 percentage point, commissioners are considering granting large pay raises to county workers. Crane Chicago Business reporting Board President Tony Preckwinkle proposed legislation that gives raises of up to 6.5% to workers. Those making more than $200,000 annually, according to the proposal, would be excluded. Chicago sports, Boston over the White Sox 8-2, Cubs over Milwaukee 5-2, thanks to a 3-run bomb from Anthony Rizzo. The news, a service of Aruba Tourism. What could be more relaxing than a vacation on Aruba? Visiting a spa on your vacation in Aruba, your beachside bamboo cabana aloe massage. It awaits. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
To put it lightly, Sean Hannity doesn't like the deal with Iran.
This is the dumbest thing that any president I can think of has ever done. No breakthrough. We couldn't even get the 4 Americans for the $150 billion you're going to give these radical Islamists. What a fool this president is. He's just an utter, it's inexplicable. Inexplicable to me how dumb he is.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. And MLS number 3030.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads now in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Eisenhower is closed at Laramie and will be for some time due to a rollover crash. And we're told it is a fatal crash. The investigation is ongoing. Traffic is backed up to Sacramento. You're going to avoid the outbound Eisenhower. Expect congestion on Roosevelt, Madison, other east-west streets in the area. The first place to get on the outbound Ike past this is at Central Avenue. Again, there's no getting past this now or anytime soon. Inbound, there are delays from York to St. Charles after a car fire. The right lane's still blocked there. Then slow Manheim to First and approaching Laramie with Gapers. It's about 46 minutes Thorndale to downtown. The Edens is fine. The Kennedy has no significant delays yet. Inbound Stevenson, slow Central to Kedzie. 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive.
Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Crash on inbound I-57 past Holstead in the right lane. And a 5-minute delay. Traffic service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship, hoping we would too. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today will be sunny to partly cloudy with a high of 87. Then tonight, mainly clear, low 64. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high 86. Then rather cloudy at night with a shower or thunderstorm, low 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
69 at O'Hare, 74 along the lakefront, 62 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A now former campus police officer going before a judge today in Cincinnati to answer for a murder charge after his own body camera showed him fatally shooting an unarmed driver. And now 2 other officers have been placed on leave in connection with this case.
One concern I have is whether Iran will simply be able to purchase a bomb from North Korea.
By releasing a 4th undercover video, an anti-abortion group is inflaming a controversy over how Planned Parenthood donates fetal tissue used for medical research.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Happy birthday, Milton Friedman. 103rd birthday. I think the greatest economist of the 20th century. You can make an argument for Hayek or Mises. And I'm happy to listen to you make that argument if you want to.
Oh, yeah. Can we do that for the next 3 hours, please? How did you know that that's what I was vying to do?
We could.
I like the one, his comment, there's no such thing as a free lunch.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. That's what I use a lot.
We'll take your Milton Friedmanisms, Milton Friedman observations. You can call us, 312-642-5600. You can text us to 646-36DA. That's the Turnkey.pro text line. Of course, the Turnkey.pro answer line is the 642-5600 number.
We're really going to do this.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see.
Okay, which one?
Let me go to my vault here. This is a favorite. If you put the government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years it would run out of sand. That's a good one.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
So he'd be 103 years old today?
Yeah, he would. Uncle Milty, for your birthday,
yes,
you can expect the full Free to Choose Milton Friedman video series for not just for you, but also for the young men.
Children.
Yeah. Get them properly educated in free market economics. It's important. This is important too, but I know Clinton supporters don't care because the rule of law, trafficking in classified information improperly. I mean, if David Petraeus does it, it's a problem. If other people not named Clinton do it, it's a problem. But when Hillary does it, it's not a problem. This story yesterday, the classified emails stored on former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's private server contained information from 5 U.S. intelligence agencies and included material related to the fatal 2012 Benghazi attacks. This is a report by McClatchy, McClatchy News Service. Of the 5 classified emails, the one known to be connected to Benghazi was among 296 emails made public in May by the State Department. Intelligence community officials have determined it was improperly released because it's classified. 2 inspector generals have indicated that 5 emails they have reviewed were not marked classified at the time they were stored on her private server, but the contents were, in fact, secret, i.e. classified. Yeah. Trafficked in classified information. That is a violation. Failure to observe any of the requirements for marking or safeguarding classified information would be in a category known as a security violation, said John Fitzpatrick, director of the Information Security Oversight Office at the National Archives. I mean, could this be any clearer? The Benghazi email that was made public, that was classified, improperly made public. I'm glad the State Department is poring over these emails so carefully. That's why it's taking so long, and they can't even get that right. The Benghazi email made public contained information from the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Other 4 classified emails that Hillary Clinton was trafficking in contained information from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the CIA. What does it take to put this woman behind bars? I mean, so we don't enforce.
Well, we need the emails first, all the emails. And a big dump is coming today, too.
We could just use these.
Well, they're releasing pages and pages of emails today. But John Hackett, he's in charge of the State Department's FOIA operations. Dan, he says that they have limited staff, is working to release the documents while handling thousands of other requests. Because the AP, they FOIA'd her emails, and then a judge, a U.S. District Court Judge, Richard Leon said that, he's pressing, he doesn't understand why the State Department has yet to respond to the AP's request. And the good news is, Dan, this article, this topic that we are talking about right now has hit People magazine.
Oh.
It's a start. And the headline is, Release Hillary Clinton's emails already, Judge demands.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
And it's a 2-page article about Hillary Clinton's emails, which I cannot believe. So now the mainstream media is picking up on this, and people can read about it in People magazine.
So is that
everyday common folk, like the ones that she's trying to attract.
Is that a tease where the lead story in People is like Blake Shelton's marriage breakup or something?
No, this is a legitimate story.
Wow. Well,
it talks about the judge's complaints, and, he wants those emails released, and he doesn't understand why they're not being released.
Well, we're going to keep at it whether it penetrates or not because, I don't know, national security I find important. But that's me. I'm kind of a idiosyncratic that way, and believing that we shouldn't have top officials trafficking in classified information and compromising national security. I'm a bit persnickety on this point. I concede it. Here's another Clinton email related story. Hillary aide, Huma Abedin.
Oh yeah,
she's married to Carlos Danger.
What a sham of a marriage.
Citizens United. Well, one sham of a marriage begets another. They have a lot in common.
And Bill Clinton married them.
Bill Clinton is also married to Huma Abedin?
No, he married Anthony Weiner and Huma, whatever her name is.
Huma
Aberdeen.
Aberdeen.
Winning.
Citizens United, famously of the Citizens United decision about campaign finance, they're also on the case. They obtained some October 2012 emails between Abedin and Stephanie Street. She's the executive director of the Clinton Foundation. Top aide Huma Abedin and Stephanie Street, the executive director of the Clinton Foundation. Because remember, we talked about, was Hillary Clinton leveraging her position as Secretary of State to benefit not only Bill in terms of speaking fees, but also to benefit the Clinton Foundation, leveraging public position for private personal gain. These emails suggest that the email account, the private server, remember one of the arguments that Hillary Clinton made, in addition to lying and saying she didn't traffic in classified information, we know that's not true now. She also said this was for security. Well, these emails that were obtained by Citizens United find that Huma Abedin complaining that her ClintonMail.com email account wasn't working.
Really?
She's trading emails with the executive director of the Clinton Foundation. Is your email working? Mine has been down last night. Did you get my email about flooring? Important issues they're discussing. Abedin later said, I can't even get into my Clinton email. The executive director, president of Citizens United, made the point that it shows you that this comes down to a question of national security, and it makes it so important. Whom is talking about her email being down, about her server being down? Who services the server? Does the Geek Squad show up and just fix it at Chappaqua? I don't think so. Why
doesn't she just hand over the email server? I always say if you have nothing to hide, then hand it over.
Yeah. That would be good.
And she's saying that her private emails were not used for classified information. Oh, it just goes on and on.
Except we know now that they were.
Yes.
I know when it comes to Hillary Clinton, we're not worried about the law. When it comes to the Iran deal, we're not worried about the law. when it comes to immigration, President's executive amnesty, we're not worried about the law. The only time we're worried about the law is we're worried about the law in Zimbabwe when a Minnesota dentist kills a lion. That's the only time this administration is worried about enforcing the law, and it's not even our law. Randy on Crown Point, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Actually, don't forget Planned Parenthood and the blocking of the videos. We observe the law and privacy there, too. So that's not what I called about. What I called about is this is being set up now that UMA will become the fall person. Go back to Whitewater. The Clintons were as dirty as can be, but did you notice they didn't take the fall? They always have somebody in their inner circle that they have an agreement with. If anything comes out, you take the hit. Now that UMA has been noted as having national security concerns, and she was on the email, and she was having, they're going to make more and more UMA in the news than Hillary Clinton. You watch it. That's their way of working, and they have a backdoor deal, a backroom deal with UMA. Don't worry. We'll take care of you. You take the hit. You protect the big dog. Big dog always takes care of you.
No, I think they've got a better fall guy than UMA. They've got Carlos Danger. You know, you put him in the park with Vince Foster. Thanks for the call, Randy.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, redefining rhetoric at one university. Dan will explain. But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine today. Gorgeous. A high of 87 degrees tonight. Clear for another blue moon. And Saturday, mostly sunny, pleasant, a high of 86. On Sunday, a little change. It's going to be more humid out there, and we do have a chance of a passing shower or thunderstorm, high of 85. Let's see if the outbound Ike near Laramie is still jammed up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, it's jammed and it is closed at Laramie after a fatal rollover crash. We're told it will be closed for a while. Expect congestion on the other east-west streets in the area, including Roosevelt. The first place you can get on the outbound Eisenhower past this is at Cicero Avenue. And once you get on at that point, it's fine. But again, inbound, it's jammed starting at Sacramento. Or I should say outbound. Inbound, there are delays from York to St. Charles after a car fire, then 25th to Des Plaines Avenue, and it's heavy at Laramie. About 45 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Eden's fine. Kennedy, a couple heavy pockets, nothing big. Inbound Stevenson, and a 5-minute delay central to Kedzie and the Ryan. A 5-minute delay coming into downtown. Inbound I-57, there's a crash after Halstead in the right lane. That's causing a delay starting around 107th. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
A great night out awaits you courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Take advantage of a deal for a sumptuous dinner at the award-winning Buckingham Steakhouse. Enjoy an evening surrounded by luxurious decor and attentive service, all while dining on the finest in prime steaks and seafood. You can buy a $100 certificate for only $50. Hey, tired of visiting the usual burger joints? Well, give your taste buds a thrill at Prime Burger House. Be blown away with the decadence of their handcrafted creations like the Surf and Turf Burger, which combines their butchered on-site prime beef patty with a lobster tail perched on top. A $50 certificate, only $25 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. There are even awesome deals for the Indulge Show Kitchen Seafood Buffet and regular buffet. These family-friendly restaurants are located in the Pavilion at Grand Victoria in Elgin. See details at ChicagoRadioDeals.com on the restaurant listings, and check in every week for dinner and entertainment deals only from ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 3. If your brakes are squealing, that could be a good thing.
See, manufacturers put these little wear sensors to warn you the brake pads are worn.
Hey, it's a lot cheaper to replace pads than it is calipers and rotors.
Stop by or make an appointment online.
FYI, Merlin 200,000-mile shops offer free brake inspections anytime, all the time.
And that should make your wallet squeal with delight.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
Don't let brake problems cut into your summer fun. Get a free brake inspection at your local Merlin shop before that summer road trip. And right now, you can save $50 on brake service. Go to Merlins.com and click on the gold coin for a coupon. You can also find shop locations and make an appointment at Merlins.com.
If you're a female 14 to 44, your diet needs to include vitamin B9, also called folic acid. Don't take it just because it makes your hair and nails stronger. Don't take it just because it gives you brighter skin or helps protect your heart. Take it because if you happen to get pregnant, it will help prevent certain birth defects. Vitamin B9. Be beautiful. Be prepared. To learn more, contact your healthcare provider or visit marchofdimes.com/folic acid.
Hi, welcome to Staples. What can I help you find today?
Yeah, hi. I need a new printer. Mine's way too slow.
Perfect timing. This week we've got amazing deals on all regularly priced HP printers in the store, up to 50% off.
Wow, you're a lifesaver.
That's not all. All HP Ink is buy one and get the second half off this week.
Wow, must be my lucky day.
It's your lucky week, but only this week.
Make big savings happen. Make better printing happen. Staples. Make more happen.
Offers end 8/1/15. 50% discount excludes HP toner and limit 2 per customer. May not be combined with other offers while supplies last. See store or staples.com for details.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, University of New Hampshire. Our Campus Watch segment here. The Bias-Free Language Guide was put out by the University of New Hampshire for their students to...
Bias-free?
Bias-Free Language Guide. It's a guide to speaking in a bias-free manner. This is, boy...
Is this another university I have to cross off the list?
Yes, cross off the list. You're not sending the kids.
Not sending the kiddies there?
No, can't send them there either. So few universities left.
I know. I can't even send them to Iowa now.
Just go to Hillsdale. Just send them to Hillsdale, for gosh sakes. Just be done with it. So how do you identify yourself in terms of, you're from...
Gender? I'm a female.
Well, I don't see gender, so that's offensive. Let me scan the guide to see how you should refer to yourself. Well, it's actually, no, that's okay because how you identify is just your subjective identification. So I should ask you how you identify yourself, and then whatever you say, then I just abide that.
Dan, I identify as a female.
Okay. I'll accept that as an answer.
Okay, thank you.
So how do you identify yourself in terms of country of origin?
I'm American. But I'm Swedish American.
No.
No?
How dare you say
I'm
American?
a Mount Prospectin?
Like most people from the United States, you've fallen into the trap. You don't call yourself an American.
I am an American. I was born in Dover, Ohio. I am an American.
No. Look, I'm appealing to a higher authority, the University of New Hampshire Bias-Free Language Guide. You're a North American.
Oh, really?
This is your patriarchal American-centric bias showing itself, and this is why we're re-educating you here today, is to speak properly and stop being so offensive. You're throwing around that term American. You know what that does?
What?
That leaves out South Americans.
Oh.
So now, you're the only country in the Americas, Amy Jacobson from Dover, Ohio. How about a little recognition for South America, for gosh sakes?
What about Central America?
Yeah.
Oh, what about those people, huh?
Now you're getting it.
Many mosquitoes.
Yeah, there's a few terms that have been reclaimed as well by the Bias-Free Language Guide. Old people. Old people has been reclaimed by some older activists who believe the standard wording of old people lacks the stigma of the term advanced age.
Oh, I always say senior citizens.
No.
Old people?
No. Old people also halts the euphemizing of age. Euphemizing automatically positions age as a negative.
Oh.
So I wish you would stop euphemizing. Euphemizing age. Yeah. No, saying they're senior citizens.
Okay.
Old people. It lacks the stigma.
Yeah.
And certain connotations, don't you see? Rich, that is problematic because rich, you know what that does? It's exclusionary.
Yeah.
It excludes people of non-material wealth.
Right.
Well,
you could be rich in thought, rich in intelligence.
Rich in friends.
Rich in friends, yes.
Right, rich in life lived. Being rich gets conflated with a sort of omnipotence, hence immunity from customs and the law. People without material wealth could be wealthy or rich of spirit, kindness. Did you ever think about that, Amy Jacobson, when you're just throwing around the term rich willy-nilly?
You're going to respect me.
You and your fancy friends.
Poor, the term poor.
No, I can't use that anymore.
Some people choose to live a life that is not connected to the consumer world of material possessions, Amy. they don't necessarily identify as poor.
Well, then what do I say instead of poor? How do I describe myself?
The preferred, I'm glad you asked.
Yes.
Yeah, the preferred term
is
low economic status.
I was born a poor black child.
Or you could go with that. Some people have, including in a gubernatorial debate. Low economic status related to a person's education, occupation, and income. That's how you refer to yourself. Because that's a kind of a catch-all. And as James Toronto points out in Best of the Web and Wall Street Journal, try saying that to someone's face and see how comfortable and welcomed it makes them feel. Hi, I noticed you're of low economic status in the areas of education, occupation, and income. Welcome.
Anything else? Hey, well, real quick, I was corrected on the beach. I was at Montrose Beach 2 weeks ago, and this guy, he was deaf, and we were talking because we had a hearing impaired classroom at my high school. We had a
hearing impaired.
So he said, when I was walking, we talked for a long time when we were walking away. He said, I just want to tell you that that's offensive. And I said, what's offensive? And he said, hearing impaired, because think of it as being impaired while you're driving. We're not impaired. This isn't something temporary. This is something we live with. So you should use the word deaf. And I said, gosh, growing up, we were told never to use the word deaf. We were always told to use the word or to describe somebody hearing impaired.
And alternatively abled?
I don't know.
Alternatively
so
auditorily inclined? I mean, what?
And so he corrected me, and I said, all right, well, thank you for pointing that out. I've never heard of that before. Too soon? I'm sorry.
No, you're having fun at his expense. He's trying to educate you like the University of New Hampshire is, and you just won't take to it. Similar rule applies. It's not just American, by the way, all the other geographical places, Africa. Citizens prefer to identify with the country of origin, such as Ethiopian or Nigerian, but then African American is the preferred term. So is Asian American as well as Asian people. Australia is both a country and a continent, which is also so problematic the guide omits it entirely. So anyway, that's a little bit of instruction. There's much more to do to make you a properly reprogrammed, state-driven automaton. But, hat tip to the University of New Hampshire for helping us to expunge the word American from our language, understand rich and poor, redefine those terms, and embrace old people.
Dude, Chinaman is not the preferred nomenclature. Asian American, please.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're looking for quality, affordable preschool services, consider Christian Liberty Academy in Arlington Heights, Illinois. They offer comprehensive programs for 3-year-olds with flexible scheduling options for parents that include full or half-day alternatives. Each child receives structured activities in a safe and nurturing environment that promotes their academic, social, and spiritual growth. Hands-on projects and art activities are also provided to help youngsters develop their God-given creativity. Preschool students also receive a great deal of individualized instruction in the basics of reading readiness and the fundamentals of arithmetic. For more information or to schedule a tour of the Christian Liberty preschool facilities, call 847-385-2081 or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper preschool for your child. The summer is slipping away and the preschool programs at Christian Liberty are filling up fast. So contact them today and give your child a great foundation for learning and for life. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com.
Don't wait. Call CertaPro today and get on their CertaPro painting schedule and get your home looking picture perfect for all these summer entertaining. And summer is the best time to get the exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You'll come back renewed and refreshed and have a fresh, new, brilliant coat of paint on the outside of your home. CertaPro, with it, you get the best of both worlds. It's the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. CertaPro brings expertise, security, and quality to ensure your complete satisfaction. There's a color specialist on staff to help make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters come, they move the furniture, paint, clean up, and move everything back so quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com, that's Certa with a C, or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GO-CERTA, Certa with a C, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, Paging Dr. Palmer. Paging Dr. Palmer. The feds are looking for you this morning.
And at 6:45, Toni Preckwinkle, Cook County Board President, hiked the sales tax, and now she's spiking county salaries.
Oh, boy. No surprise there, but let's go back into the newsroom first and say hello to Mike Scott.
Brilliant sunshine, 72 degrees here in Chicago at 6:31. But across the Pacific Ocean, they're celebrating in Beijing, where they say they will be hosting the 2022 Winter Olympics. The IOC selecting Beijing over Almaty, Kazakhstan today. Zimbabwe plans to seek the extradition for the American dentist who killed a protected lion while on a guided hunt. Minnesota dentist Walter Palmer reportedly paid $50,000 to hunt the lion. Are there more airplane parts floating around the Indian Ocean, near the island where a piece of wing washed on shore? Officials are out in helicopters searching while the parts are headed to France to see if it's from the missing Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen with more from our European bureau.
Experts in France will analyse the wreckage found on Réunion in the Indian Ocean to see if there's a link to the missing Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, which vanished last year. The Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, which has been leading the search for the plane, saying the first thing is
the part to be looked at by experts to confirm that it is a part of a Boeing 777.
That's the model used for the Malaysian flight. Meanwhile, there's word of a volcano erupting on the island, perhaps interrupting search efforts. Simon Owen, Fox News Radio.
Some of the biggest names in presidential politics will be speaking to the National Urban League today, including on the Democratic side, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and for the GOP, former Governor Jeb Bush, along with retired neurosurgeon Dr. Ben Carson. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is taking some flack this morning, but he says he's convinced he made the right decision in closing the Baltimore Detention Center. That facility has had long-standing problems, including sophisticated drug and cell phone smuggling rings involving dozens of gang members and correctional officers. The investigation also exposed sexual relations between jailhouse gang leaders and female guards that left 4 pregnant. Maryland Democrats being critical this morning of Hogan for not including them in that final decision. The driver of a Gary, Indiana church bus that overturned near Indianapolis has been charged with felony reckless homicide and driving with a suspended license. Governor Rauner has signed legislation intended to help ease noise around parts of Chicago's O'Hare Airport. The bill signed into law yesterday increases the number of runways allowed at the busy airport from 8 to 10. Chicago sports, Boston beat the White Sox, Cubs over Milwaukee, and the news a service of Aruba Tourism. What could be more relaxing than a vacation on Aruba? Visiting a spa on your vacation in Aruba. Your beachside bamboo cabana aloe massage awaits. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. A check of traffic and weather is next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager gets rough on Bernie Sanders.
To call yourself a socialist in the United States at this time, with the record of socialist parties in Europe and in Latin America, is to be a moral idiot. The people who go to his rallies are moral idiots. You have no moral compass if you support socialism in the United States of America.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Kubota, driven by perfectionists. Get some perfection in your world with compact tractors, zero-turn mowers, and diesel utility vehicles from Kubota. Find your local Kubota dealer at Kubota.com.
Honey, I'm really worried about our retirement funds.
Oh, me too. We lost so much value in the recession in the stock market. I'm worried we won't have enough to retire.
Jim next door told me that he had set up a new kind of IRA with the Gold Silver Group. He said how simple and safe it was. It's a private storage IRA, and we could have real gold and silver in our hands.
Really? You mean we can actually see it and touch it?
Absolutely. Jim said we could have all the benefits of an IRA to help build our retirement income. Bottom line, we would own a real tangible asset, and we would have the security of knowing we're protected no matter what the economy does. What do you think?
I think we need to find out how to get our own private storage IRA. We need to call the Gold Silver Group right now.
Are you ready to protect your future? Call 800-296-7609 now to find out how easy and safe it is to set up a private storage IRA with Gold Silver Group and find out how you can qualify for up up to $700 in free silver. All transactions are privately delivered and fully insured. Please call us now. 800-296-7609. 800-296-7609.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook or that your mom loved to dance, a person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
637 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. There is some movement now on the outbound Eisenhower after a fatal crash near Laramie. The left lane and left shoulder have been open with this rollover SUV still blocking the 3 right lanes, but traffic is barely moving from Sacramento to Cicero. The delays are still heavy. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Inbound, there are delays. First, approaching St. Charles after a car fire. Then it's very slow Manheim to Cicero with some gapers. 50 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Edens is fine. Kennedy, about 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. Stevenson, 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57. Stop and go from 111th to past Halstead after a crash. It's about a 15-minute delay. Eastbound Adams Tollway at Arlington Heights Road. Watch out for some tire debris in the roadway. Traffic service of the Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5, he lost his foot. Today, he runs 100 meters in less time than it takes to listen to this. Overcoming, pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Summer in the city. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Could almost put it to song. Sunny to partly cloudy and 87 today. Clear 64 overnight and a beautiful day tomorrow. 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
I am your dentist, and I enjoy the career that I picked. I'm your dentist, and I get off on the pain.
Yeah, you know what this is from, right?
No, are we supposed to dance now? Is that our cue?
Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, that's right.
Steve Martin, come on.
Well, this morning, the feds now are getting involved. They are looking for Dr. Walter Palmer, you know, the big game hunter who killed beloved Cecil the lion.
Maybe we can get the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to look for Dr. Deborah Nucatello, too, while they're at it, since this is apparently the only agency that's interested in conducting investigations. I know that Cecil the lion is much more important than Cecile the butcher, but this is getting a little silly. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to do what? Enforce Zimbabwe law?
No, they just want to talk to him.
Why?
I think that this is just the big government's way of saying, you know what, American people around the world, we do care about this man killing a lion. I know.
What jurisdiction does the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have over what happened in Zimbabwe?
They have 0.0 jurisdiction over it, but they want to talk to him. They want to see if his license are up to date, and that's all the information. There are calls this morning, believe it or not, to have him extradited back to Africa to face poaching charges. But U.S. Wildlife, we are not going.
We're going to. I mean, that would be fascinating to see this government assent to an extradition request by bloodthirsty dictator Robert Mugabe. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine how this is how silly it gets and how quickly it gets so silly? Interestingly, too, what's going on in Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe Information Minister was asked about the death of Cecil the lion in a press conference. His answer: what lion? This is a future Obama cabinet member. What Kate Steinle murder? Jay Johnson. What lion? The merchant told Reuters news service, are you saying that all this noise is about a dead lion? Lions are killed all the time in this country. What is so special about this one? The beloved Cecil the lion. Yeah. Why are another Zimbabwean, actual Zimbabwean who talked to Reuters, why are the Americans more concerned than us? We never hear them speak out when villagers are killed by lions and elephants in the national park in question. You have to understand, as a Zimbabwe resident, there's most of the people that are expressing outrage over Cecil Lion, they don't care about human beings. That's why you don't hear the expression of outrage or concern when human beings are killed by lions or elephants or just in general.
Well, speaking of elephants, we're also finding out this morning that Dr. Palmer allegedly wanted to go after an elephant, but could not find one. So that's why his guide said, well, what about a lion instead? I mean, it's big business in Zimbabwe. He paid $50,000 to go out on that hunt. And it's legal to pay people to go out to pay hunting guides and do that. But it just becomes a sticky wicket because he allegedly lured the lion off the national park property into somebody's yard or some other
yard.
Not yard. I'm sorry, another space. Excuse me. And that's where he shot the lion with a crossbow and then hunted him down for 40 hours. And apparently the lion was struggling, and it was hell for the lion for that 40 hours while he had that bow in him.
That's what the hunt is. I mean, I can understand people have a distaste for hunting. I'm not a hunter. There's no particular appeal to me of big game hunting or trophy hunting. Peter Weiner in Commentary Magazine has a good piece, Our Morally Disoriented Times, in which he kind of takes my position. He writes, I'm not a big game hunter. I like animals. We have a dog that is beloved by my family, and I don't know why anyone would take particular delight in shooting a lion. But the worldwide reaction to the killing of Cecil is both amazing and illuminating on the times in which we live. The killing of a single beautiful lion triggers a massive outpouring of emotion and grief and rage. The massive slaughter of unborn children is ignored when it's not viewed as a sign of liberation and enlightenment. Such is the morally disoriented state in which we find ourselves.
312-642-5600. Are we blowing this out of proportion? Should he be extradited? Should even
extradited? You have people calling for his execution.
Well, yeah, and people
I'm not kidding.
No, and if you see his dental office in Minnesota,
rotten hell.
It is, rotten hell signs. There are signs plastered all over, not the front door, but all over the outside wall. If you see his second home in Florida, there are signs up there in front of his house. His home in Eden Prairie is covered in signs. They're looking for him. They want him. A lot of people, he's gotten death threats. He's got a wife and 2 young children, and they're all in hiding.
Yeah, so listen to this. This is a really good piece in Vox.com, which is a left-wing website. Ezra Klein and Matt Iglesias and the boys over there. Vox.com. This piece is by Max Fisher. From Gamergate to Cecil the Lion, internet mob justice is out of control. It's a growing trend of internet mob justice, the Yelp negative reviews on Yelp, the harassing of people both at their home, their place of business, their extended family. Mr. Fisher makes the comparison to Gamergate. Gamergate was the movement that targeted women in technology, online harassment conducted against female journalists, and basically we didn't like that kind of harassment, so there was this mob justice. So we liked we didn't like mob justice there when it was harassing women in technology, but we like it here because we don't like Palmer. Fisher writes, what Palmer did was wrong and deserves to be punished to the full extent of the law, but it's easy to forget just how dangerous and unjust mob justice is while targeting someone you despise. The more this behavior is normalized, the more likely it is to be deployed against targets who might not necessarily deserve to have their lives destroyed, including perhaps one day against you.
Mm-hmm.
Mob justice. It's a good piece. It's a good piece.
Well, somebody who catapulted this story to prominence was Jimmy Kimmel when he started crying, and he said, if you want to, show that all Americans aren't, arrogant and greedy like this, donate money to this Oxford Wildlife Conservation Research Group. They are almost at $200,000 now, Dan.
How about donating money to, individuals in Zimbabwe who live under Robert Mugabe for the past 40 years? Do we care about that? Do we care about people? We care about people that are torn asunder by a despot in Africa? That's too hard. You know what's easy to do? It's to go on Yelp and write a nasty review about Walter Palmer, not even knowing all the facts because you don't like what he did, and then, kind of bask in your own sense of moral superiority. That's easy. Doing something important, that's difficult. Andy in Hanover Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Amy, this whole argument is so disingenuous because none of these people complained about big game hunting, which has been going on for a long time, and you see all the pictures of Teddy Roosevelt and what he did. In 2 weeks, none of these people are going to care. They're just a bunch of hot air balloons. All these people complaining.
Thanks for the call, Andy. Appreciate it. I kind of agree with that. There was a great internet meme going around. A man saying to a woman, I love you more than I love a lion whose name I didn't know yesterday. Fantastic. That's what it is.
Well,
Ethan in Sugar Grove, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Please.
Cecil.
Cecil, he has a family, too.
Yes.
Hi, Ethan.
Hi.
Hi.
You guys there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I on the air?
You are on the air.
All right. Well, it's just ridiculous that people that don't understand the concept of hunting. I'd like to get Dr. Palmer's number just because I need a good dentist. I mean, he sounds like he's got a great hunting story. I'm from the state of Wyoming, and I was raised hunting. It just, I feel for the fact that the guy is the one that is most likely at fault for any wrongdoing in this process. But I mean, the guy was right on key with, getting all the licensing and everything else. People just need to, level up and realize, take responsibility for what hunting actually is.
Thanks for the call, Ethan. Appreciate it. Ralph in Mokina.
Yeah, good morning. Robert Mugabe swims in a pool filled with the tears of orphans. I don't really think that he has a lot of compassion for people or animals. I feel sorry again for Dr. Palmer's patients because at $55,000 for a lion hunting permit that he bought, that translates to maybe 300 or 400 overpriced root canals.
I know.
Hey, Ralph, you sound like an anti-dentite.
No, I love dentists.
Oh, okay.
I just don't like paying too much for my dentistry.
There you go. Thanks for the call,
He had a
Ralph.
lot of disposable income. His house in Florida was pretty nice, and his mini mansion in Eden Prairie.
So he apparently had a successful business. Okay, well, what's wrong with that? Ed in LaPorte, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. I think that the priorities of our government, the United States government, getting involved with someone who goes hunting in Africa that was legally done, as long as he wasn't led the wrong way, and with the atrocities in our country's facing, the human life, the beheadings taken in other countries, and this is in the news.
Right.
Our priorities are way misconstrued.
Thanks for the call, Ed.
What a waste of government time to have, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service trying to hunt him down.
Yeah.
Trying to find him. They just want to question him about what exactly, not quite sure, but they want to talk to him. They just want to look like they're doing something, Dan.
Thanks for the Frank in West Side of Chicago. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. Amy, you brought up that he couldn't find an elephant. Well, the local poachers in Africa, they knock off about 25,000 to 30,000 elephants a year for their ivory.
Yeah, wait till they feel the sting of a bad Yelp review, though, Frank. Thanks for the call. Tom in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'm beginning to think this Zimbabwe place sounds an awful lot like Cook County, where you can get all the justice you can afford to pay for. And I do disagree with the argument that, hey, this guy did everything legal. He bought a permit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you pay for your car and pay for your insurance and then go out and kill somebody while you're drunk, should you get the same pass?
Well, right. I mean, look, if he was a poacher, if he violated the law, then he should be prosecuted. Nobody's defending him in that sense. It's the reaction. And then the larger discussion where the issues are being conflated between somebody who violated the law, the poached essentially, versus the issue of should big game hunting be allowed in the world?
But if he did violate the law, there should be no reason not to extradite him just because Zimbabwe is a bad place. Hey, he decided to go there. If he broke the law and they want to indict him, yeah, he should be forced back there to face justice.
Yeah, he should take Mel Reynolds with him. Thanks for the call, Tom.
$50,000. I mean, you could pay for a year of college with one hunt. $50,000. Would you ever spend $50,000 to kill a lion?
No.
You see, boys, the Democrats have passed a lot of laws trying to stop us from hunting. Democrats piss me off. They say we can't shoot certain animals anymore unless they're posing an immediate threat. Therefore, before we shoot something, we have to say, it's coming right for us. Boys, looky there. There's a Rocky Mountain black bear. One of the few remaining of its kind. Isn't it beautiful? My God, it's coming right for us!
Boy, that escalated quickly.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds to greet you this Friday morning. We will have mostly sunny skies come this afternoon. A high of 87 degrees. Tonight, clear skies for your blue moon. Saturday, mostly sunny and pleasant. A high of 86 for you Lollapalooza people out there. And on Sunday, there'll be some sun and clouds, a quick passing shower or thunderstorm, more humid, a high of 85. Let's see how the outbound Ike is doing near Laramie. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, it's still pretty much a mess. From Sacramento to Cicero, that earlier crash at Laramie still has 3 right lanes blocked. This is a fatal incident involving a rollover SUV. The traffic only sneaks by slowly in the left lane and on the left shoulder. Inbound, there's a heavy Gapers delay starting at Manheim. 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. To Kennedy, it's just 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 26 to Stevenson, now 50 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 46. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Investors hoping to pad weekly and monthly gains on Wall Street. Earnings, economic reports, and crude oil in focus. Those stories next.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is the #1 drug-free hair growth supplement in the U.S., with 1 box being sold every minute globally. It's clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. And now a 90-day supply of Viviscal is offered in your area risk-free plus free shipping. Call 800-970-7643. Viviscal nourishes thinning hair from within. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Here's Dr. Grant Stevens, board-certified plastic surgeon.
I feel confident recommending Viviscal to women with hair loss, thinning hair, or even dry or brittle hair. It's 100% drug-free, and it's backed by years of clinical research.
Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now. 800-970-7643. 800-970-7643. That's 800-970-7643.
Wall Street investors looking to end the week and month on a strong note. Both the Dow and S&P heading into the session up 1% on the week so far. We'll see whether earnings and economic reports add or subtract from 2% monthly gains so far for the Nasdaq and S&P 500. Investors reacting to earnings from Amgen, Broadcom, Chevron, Expedia, ExxonMobil, and LinkedIn. Wall Street also assessing the latest reports on employment costs, Midwest manufacturing, and consumer confidence. Reports on the Chinese and European economies could influence trading in the commodity and debt markets, and we'll see how today's report on oil rig operations in this country affects the crude market. September crude now trading near $49 a barrel. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life. But you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 3. If your brakes are squealing, that could be a good thing.
See, manufacturers put these little wear sensors to warn you the brake pads are worn.
Hey, it's a lot cheaper to replace pads than it is calipers and rotors.
Stop by or make an appointment online.
FYI, Merlin 200,000-mile shops offer free brake inspections anytime, all the time.
And that should make your wallet squeal with delight.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
Don't let brake problems cut into your summer fun. Get a free brake inspection at your local Merlin shop before that summer road trip. And right now, you can save $50 on brake service. Go to Merlins.com and click on the gold coin for a coupon. You can also find shop locations and make an appointment at Merlins.com.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. 800-489-0201.
It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Feldco's free installation ends Friday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Conservatarian presidential candidate Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky joins us at 7:07.
Don't miss it. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories that we are watching. The latest on the search for more debris from that Boeing 777 found on a French island in the Indian Ocean. That story and more coming up after Fox News, WIND, Chicago News Times, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He's been condemned by animal rights activists and other hunters.
We believe in ethical hunting. We believe in, having the proper licenses, knowing where you are.
Nick Pinizzotto with the U.S. Sportsman's Alliance as Zimbabwe now hunts Walter Palmer, the Minnesota dentist, in seclusion after killing a revered lion there.
Speaking to reporters in Zimbabwe, Environment Minister Opa Muchinguri referred to Palmer as a foreign poacher. She added she understands Zimbabwe's prosecutor general has started the process to have Palmer extradited from the U.S. Muchinguri added she wants him held accountable.
It sickens me, and so I've been fighting to defund.
Tilsley in Johannesburg. We may know by tomorrow if that piece of a wing that washed up on an island is from that missing Malaysian plane. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, Malaysia's Deputy Transport Minister predicting the debris could be identified in 1 or 2 days.
Because it's a small part, I think they can easily identify.
The 6-foot object discovered on the French island of Réunion in the Indian Ocean being sent to France for tests to see if there's a link to flight MH370. The man who found it, Johnny Begg, saying he was cleaning a beach and spotted the object half on the sand and half in the water. Dave?
Simon, WikiLeaks WikiLeaks, which is infamous for putting out U.S. classified information, has now published documents it says shows the government spied on Japanese officials and companies. The documents include what appear to be 5 U.S. National Security Agency reports that date from 2007 to 2009 and provide intelligence on Japanese positions on international trade and climate change. There's a new hurricane in the Pacific, Guillermo, and it is headed in Hawaii's general direction. Though it's too early to tell where it might go. They're cheering in China. That celebration after the International Olympic Committee awarded the 2022 Winter Games to Beijing, the same city that hosted the 2008 Summer Olympics. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Brilliant sunshine this morning and a warm start to your Friday. 72 right now on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. Attorneys for former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich will be asking the full 7th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to rule on his appeal case. Multiple outlets reporting his lawyers will file that motion by a Tuesday deadline, the move being made after a 3-judge panel decided to throw out 5 of his 18 fraud convictions earlier this month. A number of students at Chicago Public Schools will be beginning class at a different time for the upcoming school year. The district announcing they've changed bell schedules for 82 schools. The move alone could save CPS around $13.5 million in transportation costs. The driver of a Gary, Indiana church bus that overturned near Indianapolis has been charged with felony reckless homicide and driving with a suspended license. The charges filed against 53-year-old Charles Goodman yesterday in Hancock County, Indiana. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham brought his GOP presidential campaign to Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood, where he voiced support of his friend, Illinois U.S. Senator Mark Kirk, in his bid for re-election. Kirk has been under fire in recent weeks for comments. Yesterday, Wheaton Republican Congressman Peter Roskam told Dan and Amy here on AM 560 he, too, is ready to back Mark Kirk.
My opinion is that Mark Kirk is likely to be the nominee, overwhelmingly likely to be the nominee. And, I think people can say different things, but there's nobody out there that's saying, hey, I'm going to run and so forth.
Lindsey Graham, who entered the U.S. Senate in 2003, trails the national polls among the 17 major Republican presidential contenders. A suburban Chicago man has pleaded not guilty to threatening Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel and others on Facebook. Lawyer entered that plea on Mohammed Khan's behalf during a Thursday hearing in Chicago federal court. An Illinois man faces possibly his 5th drunken driving offense. The Rock County, Wisconsin Sheriff's Office says Tommy Counts of Dalton was arrested early yesterday for driving through a red light in Beloit. Counts was taken into custody immediately after allegedly failing field sobriety tests. Chicago sports, Boston beat the White Sox, Cubs over Milwaukee. The news a service of the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council. Don't be the one who gets left behind. Visit feedthepig.org for tools and tips to get started on the path to financial stability. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity believes Donald Trump is teetering.
Here's the next step for Trump if he's serious about running for president, in my opinion. Trump needs to, this is a razor's edge for him. He's got to balance Trump being Trump, and he's got to balance being presidential. He's got to show the American people that he could solve the problems that we now face.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5, on AM 560. The Answer.
When I would binge, I would feel completely out of control. I would eat so much during my binges. After a binge, I would feel so bad about myself. Hi, I'm Sunny C. Gold. I'm a magazine writer and editor. I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder. My advice to someone suffering is to just get help. There is hope. If you're an adult who's binged at least weekly for 3 months, learn all of the symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Eisenhower has massive delays from Sacramento to around Cicero after an earlier fatal crash. 3 right lanes remain blocked there. The left lane and shoulder are open. Inbound, there's a heavy Gabers delay starting around 25th Avenue. It's 50 minutes Thorndale to downtown. The Edens is fine for now. Inbound Kennedy, 25 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 31. The Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 17. Northbound Tri-State, slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to Grand. Eastbound Adams Tollway, heavy Meacham to 53. Reagan Tollway, Farnsworth to Eola. The Veterans Memorial, Maple to the Reagan Tollway. Lollapalooza gates open at 11. Heavy traffic coming into the city later this morning on the roads, as well as trains and buses. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
What did I hear? Paul McCartney is on stage later tonight? Well, I wish I had a ticket. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 87, mainly clear night, low 64, then a mostly sunny day tomorrow with a high 86, and a late night shower or thunderstorm around tomorrow night with a low of 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
70 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continue next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A now former campus police officer going before a judge today in Cincinnati to answer for a murder charge after his own body camera showed him fatally shooting an unarmed driver. And now 2 other officers have been placed on leave in connection with this case.
One concern I have is whether Iran will simply be able to purchase a bomb from North Korea.
By releasing a 4th undercover video, an anti-abortion group is inflaming a controversy over how Planned Parenthood donates fetal tissue used for medical research.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, a 4th video released by the Center for Medical Progress yesterday detailing the gruesome, bloody business of Planned Parenthood. And then this story, in addition to that, we'll get to the video. But this story, Jeb Bush, director of a he was a director of a philanthropic organization, a foundation, the Bloomberg Family Foundation, as in former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Bush was a director of that foundation, gave tens of millions of dollars to Planned Parenthood.
Well, did he personally give money to Planned Parenthood, or he's connected to a philanthropic organization that gave money to Planned Parenthood?
Yes, but as some said in responding to this, Jeb has not yet. He was one of the founding directors of the Bloomberg Family Foundation. This is back in 2010, he was named, and you understand Michael Bloomberg's position. Mm-hmm. You understand the Bloomberg Philanthropies announced a $50 million undertaking to expanding reproductive health, including lobbying foreign nations to loosen restrictions on abortion. So you cannot not know, as a director of the foundation, how the Bloomberg Family Foundation is spending a substantial portion of the money that they raise or the money that Bloomberg donates. Is that a problem? 312-642-5600. Problem for Jeb? That's our Turnkey.pro answer line, 312-642-5600. Our Turnkey.pro text line, 64636DA. Problem for Jeb? I think so.
I think it's going to be a problem. Do you think this is going to be a career ender for him?
It's not a campaign ender. But, I mean, he was a pro-life governor. And it's not. This is bigger than pro-life and pro-choice, though, because you have really the lines being blurred because there are many pro-choice people like yourself who have seen these videos now and are not interested in abiding these kind of gruesome, barbaric practices, the unkindness. As I've said before, I often cite this passage from G.K. Chesterton because it just turns out to be true so much of the time in practice. Once you have given in to unreason, you are ready for unkindness. The positions that Planned Parenthood and ghouls like Cecile Richards have taken are unreasonable positions, and it begets the kind of unkindness that we see displayed in those videos. And that fourth video yesterday, just in terms of the gruesomeness that we're talking about, the unkindness that we're talking about.
Well, there's a criminal element to this, yes.
Well, let's
okay.
start with the barbarism,
yes,
even before the trafficking in fetal body parts, just so we understand what we're talking about here.
I know I've seen livers, I've seen stomachs, I've seen plenty of neural tissue. We usually you can see the whole brain usually come out.
I've seen livers, I've seen stomachs, I've seen neural tissue. You can usually see the whole brain come out. That's Dr. Gindi, Savita Gindi, Rocky Mountain Planned Parenthood Center, Mill, where she is featured most prominently in this fourth video that was released by the Center for Medical Progress.
She was
yesterday.
the one featured in the third one as well, right?
She was included in the third
it's
video
the same
as well.
Planned Parenthood.
Right. This, too, when they're looking at body parts on a Petri dish.
Was that crack? Was that just the little bits of the skull?
Was that crack? That was the little bits of the skull. Dr. Savita Gindi's assistant.
I don't see the legs. Did you see any legs? I didn't really look, but... Oh, there's some...
There you go. Yep. You got all of them right
and
there.
Another boy!
Her assistant saying it's another boy.
As they're picking through body parts. The boy's body parts.
And watching the mainstream media, watching NBC last night, you would never know that anything was wrong. Their conclusion was that no money was exchanged, that this was kind of a gotcha video. And here's the reporter, Hallie Jackson, who talked to the David, what is his name? I'm sorry, David Dalian, the Center for Medical
David Daleiden,
David
who's the lead, the undercover investigative organizer for Center for Medical Progress.
Is this about a debate over fetal tissue donation, or is this about abortion and about doing something to make waves to reignite that debate?
Yeah, I don't think it's an either or, and I don't think it has to be either one of those two. This is about documenting and illustrating really clearly for the American people what Planned Parenthood does to the body parts of the babies that they abort.
Yeah, and that's the only time that they gave their side of the story, Planned Parenthood side of the story. The Center for Medical Progress.
Yeah, and in terms of, so now we understand the practice. We're starting to understand it in stark terms. Now let's understand the issue of legality in terms of the trafficking in fetal body parts. And there's no money that exchanges there's no money involved. There's no financial benefit. This is what Cecile Richards, the ghoul in charge of Planned Parenthood, has said.
Who makes how much money? It bears repeating.
$500,000 a year.
$500,000.
She's not in it for the money, though. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Dr. Savita Gindi, featured in this fourth video, talking about, per item, cost, benefit.
I think the per item thing works a little better just because we can see how much we can get out of it. Because if you have someone in a really anti-state that's going to be doing this for you, they're probably going to get caught.
Per item thing works a little bit better so we can see how much we can get out of it. When you say we can get out of it, what are you getting out of it? Maybe a financial benefit. What else could you possibly be getting? And then she goes on to say, because a person in an anti-state has a likelihood of getting caught. Getting caught doing what? If
maybe committing a crime.
Right. If you're not doing anything wrong, if you're following the law, then you aren't worried about getting caught. I hope I don't get caught obeying the law. Is that something people say?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Dr. Gindi, just in terms of understanding how desensitized to life these people have become, and frankly, it's perfectly...
Do any of these women have babies too? Does Celia Richards have a baby? I know Dr. Nakatello doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think any of these women have children at all.
Yeah. Well, here's just give you a little sense of what we're talking about, the desensitization to life.
Sometimes, if if someone delivers before we are able to see them for procedure, then we are intact.
But you'll
that's
never
not
know.
what we go for.
Yeah.
We try for that to happen.
Before deliver before we get to them. It's not our preference, but of course they can deal with it. Coming up, one of the senators leading the charge to defund Planned Parenthood, the $500 million a year they get from me and you and every other American. Senator Rand Paul joins us.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some dark clouds, but they will move out of the way. We should have sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 87 degrees. Tonight, clear for your moonlit blue moon. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny and pleasant, a high of 86. Let's see how the outbound Ike is shaping up after that nasty accident. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's still there, Amy. A rollover at Ashton. There has been one fatality. This is right near Laramie. Between Laramie and Cicero, and outbound traffic is just jammed from Sacramento to that point. Only the left lane and left shoulder are open, so you still may want to seek an alternate as the investigation is ongoing. Inbound, there's a Gapers delay. It's in part a Gapers delay. It's slow starting at 25th Avenue. 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The Kennedy's light for now. 26 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. There will be road work again today on Ohio at LaSalle. That caused big delays yesterday on the Ohio feeder and the inbound Kennedy. Expect that again today, even with Lollapalooza. Gates opening at 11 this morning. The Stevenson's heavy at 54 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's 46. Northbound Tri-State, pretty slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to Grand. Northwest Indiana's good. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. The crow's feet, small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. Not only Susan, folks, uses it, but I do too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift just by simply placing your order. 800-525-8323.
Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money strategist.
There's no wrong or right decision for Social Security. It's all based upon your particular situation and what's important to you. There's so many different variables. You want to be aware of all of your options.
Join Raj Shah for Secure Retirement Radio, strategies for building and protecting your money. Sundays at 7 a.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Join Senator Rand Paul tomorrow. That's August 1st in Niles. He's going to be at the Royal Kitchen and Bathroom Warehouse at 3 p.m. Doors open at 2:30 p.m. Royal Kitchen, Bathroom, and Warehouse. Senator Paul is going to be discussing his fair and flat tax plan. A plan that's simple, fair, cuts taxes for every single American. He'll also be signing copies of his new book, Taking a Stand. That book signing starts at 3:45. And you can purchase books at the event. Use the hashtag #StandWithRand to post pictures of Rand Paul events and tag him and the campaign on social media.
I think people are already out there sleeping on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of internet traffic about it from Maine Township Republicans and others. And we are fortunate to be joined again right now by the aforesaid Senator Rand Paul. Senator Paul, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
So you have been pretty outspoken taking up the charge to defund Planned Parenthood. You mentioned the other day on Sean Hannity's program that you're guardedly optimistic you can get to 60, but maybe you're a couple votes short right now. But there is going to be a vote taken before the August recess. So where do you think this is trending?
You know, it's a big victory just to get the vote. There's a lot of resistance to getting the vote, and Democrats don't want to talk about this. And I think Democrats need to come forward with their support for this procedure, for turning the baby around in the womb in order to get access to the body parts, preserving the head to the end so they can crush the head but make sure they get the liver. They need to defend this doctor who so callously talks about livers and lungs as she eats and drinks wine and cheese. And so Yeah, this is a big deal, and I think a country ought to have this debate. And I think it's about time we have this debate. Whether we can win or not, I think we're going to get most Republicans. I don't know if we'll get all, but I think we'll get most Republicans. Everybody should call their senators, their congressmen, and weigh in on this, because if you think it's proper for a civilized society to have taxpayer dollars going to an agency that does this kind of gruesome procedure and sells body parts of babies, well, I think we have another thing coming.
Well, one of those Republican senators we're going to need to call, I think, is in our home state here in Illinois. Mark Kirk has it's been suggested that Mark Kirk is not going to vote to support the defunding of Planned Parenthood. Have you spoken to Senator Kirk about this?
I haven't, but I think it's worth calling every senator, and I think there are some Republicans who probably do need to be called on this. And, this is an issue that's not just about abortion. I know people who are pro-choice are appalled by this. So, but I think really this debate ought to come, and whether or not you need taxpayer dollars going to an agency like this. There's another reason. If you're somebody that really doesn't seem to be too concerned about the baby or the body parts, it's a duplicative program. Planned Parenthood doesn't do anything that community health centers already do. Community health centers, there's 9,000 community health centers around the country, about 700 Planned Parenthood. Everything that is done in Planned Parenthood is done in a community health center, already supported by the taxpayer, except for abortion. So this is about abortion. It is about government funding of it, even though they try to say, we separate the money and we don't spend the taxpayer money on abortion. It's kind of hard to say you paid for the building but not the doctor. So I think that time's come to debate this, and you're right. Every Republican's going to need called, and every Democrat.
Is there any way we could take it a step further and have possibly a felony charge come down on these ladies, on these alleged doctors?
There's a possibility. There is already a law against partial birth abortion. There is a law against manipulating the fetus to get it into a position to harvest organs. And so, I think there needs to be an investigation, and this needs to be looked at, because really the gruesomeness of this and the cavalier attitude that, they specifically are spinning the baby around to get access to the body parts. They're specifically saying we don't want to crush the liver, and just the ghastly nature of, sifting through arms and legs and then selling them individually. Let's don't sell them en masse. Let's sell them individually. The price is better if you sell individual organs of a baby.
The
gruesomeness of this.
Do you think this is worth shutting the government down over? Because I'm pro-choice, and I'm willing to support lawmakers who want to shut down the government over this, because I do not want my tax dollars going to this kind of barbaric acts.
What I guess the best way to describe this is, I don't think anybody goes into the situation saying, hey, I want to shut down the government. I think it's worth having a debate over whether or not taxpayer dollars could go to this. So there are going to be different choices. We're going to have one choice on Monday or Tuesday, and then we'll have other choices on what we fund. And I don't think we should shy away from attaching instructions to how money is spent. I mean, the power of the purse was given to Congress. Congress was supposed to do this. And then the real question is, if a spending bill is sent to the president, does the president want to shut down government over this? It doesn't have anything to do with Congress wanting to shut down government. This would affirmatively be the president or Democrats not voting to fund government.
Switching gears, talk about the Iranian deal that is pending. Some incredible testimony given by John Kerry on the Hill the other day, where he suggested that the reason they're not moving this through the Senate as a treaty is because treaties are difficult to pass. So, the Constitution notwithstanding, let's not make this difficult. He also was asked by a Democrat congressman from Florida, Brad Sherman, whether if Congress overrode the presidential veto on this, John Kerry would follow the law, and he was non-committal on following the law. Just incredible response from the administration. Are those responses from the likes of John Kerry generating any more opposition to this deal from the Democrats you need?
Well, here's the problem with this, is Congress wrote the law too loosely. We wrote the law on sanctions, and I did support the sanctions, but didn't write the law. The sanctions law actually gives an exemption to the president, the national security waiver. That's what he's going to use here. So really, we should have changed the law long ago to take away the presidential waiver to get around the law, because what he'll do is he'll just say, I'm exerting the waiver that you gave me to release sanctions. My problem is that I have been for negotiations. I think negotiations are better than war, but I think a bad deal is better than no deal. And so when I look at this, I think that you have to have something that you use as leverage with the Iranians to ensure compliance. They've got a long history of duplicity, basically, with international agreements over many decades. Also, many of the statements that come out of the Iranian government sort of indicate they're already not very sincere in changing any of their attitudes towards proxy wars and supporting terrorist groups in the region. So it's hard for me to think that they'll actually adhere to the agreement without significant leverage. I would have waited to release the sanctions and done them very gradually over a several-year period, consistent with the Iranians complying with the agreement. And I think that would have been negotiating from strength. I think Kerry and Obama gave up a little too easily on trying to insist on that.
I just want to clarify something you said. You believe that no deal is better than a bad deal, right?
Yes.
No, right. Okay.
I think bad deal is worse than no deal.
Yes. Right. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
I don't support this agreement, and will vote against it. I have supported that it should be a treaty, but a lot of people misunderstand this whole thing, and this is one of the quandaries of the way our republic is established. If the president says it's not a treaty, and Congress says it is a treaty, the only way you resolve that, it's not really based on facts, it's based on votes. We would just vote and say it's a treaty. He would veto it, and it would take 67 votes to tell him it's not. It is a treaty. So disputes like this don't have easy resolution. The court probably will not hear this. And we've had several episodes like this where the court just doesn't want to get involved, and so it's left to sort of the dispute of either elections or votes within the House.
All right, Senator Rand Paul, he'll be in Niles at 3 o'clock on tomorrow, August 1st, at Royal Kitchen and Bathroom Warehouse, 7530 North Caldwell Avenue. Doors open at 2:30. Before we let you go, I have a quick question for you. Next Thursday is your first GOP debate. You're no stranger to debates, but how are you going to prep yourself for dealing with Donald Trump?
Well, that's a good question. I think the main thing I'm going to try to do is talk about what I'm for, just like we talk about our flat tax, 14.5%. You can do your tax return on one page. It'll be a significant tax cut, $1 trillion tax cut. I'll just talk about the things I'm for, and I think try not to get or become part of the circus.
Yeah, you mentioned on CNN that Trump's rise in the polls is attributable to a temporary loss of sanity, but we're going to come back to our senses. That's just going to generate him calling you a dummy or something. You know that.
Well, we'll see. I'm a big boy. I can take it, and I can sometimes dish it out as well as I can take it. So we'll see what happens. But I think it's better if we do try to stick to ideas and issues, and we'll see how far that goes. And I don't consider that I need to do anything specifically with regard, to one candidate. We're just preparing for all the issues of the day.
Quickly, before we let you jump, I got to ask you this question. There was a Politico story this week that did not paint your campaign in the most positive light, suggesting there was some infighting and fundraising wasn't where it needed to be a Tier 1 candidate. Give us your assessment of the campaign and how you feel about it at this juncture.
I thought Politico wrote nonfiction, but as I was reading it, it sounded like a novel to me. I really wasn't aware of any of that. Absolutely. I've never, it's amazing how you can read something and oh my God, that sounds terrible. Who's that about? Oh, that's about me. I have no idea. And but we actually think we have some good news. We are polling against Hillary Clinton in public polls, beating her in 5 states, won by President Obama. We lead her in Pennsylvania, which hasn't been won by a Republican since 1988. So I think we've got a lot of good news. We've raised $13 million over the first half of the year. Of course, it's not the same as Jeb Bush's $100 million, but it's not insignificant either. We have a formidable campaign organization in all the early primary states, and we're forming them really above and beyond that in all 50 states. So, I don't know, we kind of like where we are despite what they have come up with at Politico.
All right, he is Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, presidential candidate. He's going to be in Niles tomorrow at 3 p.m. Doors open at 2:30 p.m. That's at Royal Kitchen and Bathroom Warehouse in Niles, talking about his fair and flat tax plan. He's also doing a book signing, his new book, Taking a Stand. That'll be at 3:45. Senator Rand Paul, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
Looking to secure financing in a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Tammy, two-term Afghanistan war vet, 2 sons, credit score 498, called to secure a VA loan. Tammy had no shot at purchasing a home at this time, so David introduced Tammy to his bankruptcy team at Debt Stoppers, who are helping her eliminate collections totaling $16K. Then he introduced her to Margie at First Midwest Bank, who's helping her rebuild her credit with a CD loan. David will follow up with Tammy every 4 months over the next 2 years to ensure she's following the credit enhancement plan so he can help her secure a VA loan. If you've gone through economic challenges like Tammy and want to be put on the program so you can purchase or refinance in the future, call David Hochberg now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him at david@perldavid.com. or visit his website, am560david.com. That's website again, am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
AM560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, what got into Ron Gidwitz and why he's changed his tune in the Republican Party has as well.
And should Mark Kirk stay or should he go? Tim Schneider, chairman of the Illinois State Republican Party, joins us.
And Governor Rick Perry, well, he does it again. We'll have it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, clouds and 70 degrees right now. It's arraignment day in federal court for the suspect in the mass murder at a South Carolina church. In addition to state charges, 21-year-old Dylan Roof faces a host of federal charges. Zimbabwe now says they want that American dentist who allegedly shot a beloved lion extradited.
So it wasn't his intention to kill such a famous lion.
Givemore Muveringri is with Zimbabwe and says Walter James Palmer is believed to have shot that lion with a bow July 1st. Outside of Zimbabwean National Park after it was lured onto private land. Beijing becomes the first city awarded both Winter and Summer Olympic Games, being awarded the 2022 Winter Olympics. A Malaysian team on its way to Toulouse, France, where a piece of a wing that washed up on the shore of an Indian Ocean island will be taken for investigation. Presidential spokesman Josh Earnest says the White House will not back congressional Republican efforts to pull federal funding from Planned Parenthood.
An organization that offers important and needed health care services to millions of women across the country.
The organization is under intense scrutiny after a series of undercover videos showed staffers discussing the sale of fetal.
What is the difference between a Democrat and a socialist?
Several people are recovering after a plane bound for Chicago.
I used to think there was a big difference. What do you think it is?
Passenger Sean
The difference between a Democrat like Hillary Clinton and a socialist like Bernie Sanders.
What's the difference between being a Democrat and being a Republican?
Well, what's the big difference between a Democrat and a socialist? You're chairman of the Democratic Party. Tell me the difference between you and a socialist.
The relevant debate that we'll be having over the course of this campaign is what's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican?
I think there's a huge difference.
And the difference between a Democrat and a Republican is that Democrats fight to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to succeed.
And the driver of a Gary
and the Republicans are strangled by their right-wing extremists.
Has been charged with felony reckless homicide and driving with a suspended license. Boston beat the White Sox, Cubs over Milwaukee.
So a president who actually
Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5, he lost his foot today. As the world's fastest amputee, he runs the 100 meters in less time than it takes to listen to this. Overcoming Pass It On from the Foundation for a Better Life and Values.com. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Kubota, driven by perfectionists. Get some perfection in your world with compact tractors, zero-turn mowers, and diesel utility vehicles from Kubota. Find your local Kubota dealer at Kubota.com.
Jared Neiman. I can drink that all night. And Rodney Adkins. Makes me want to take a back road. Live in concert. Lover. Friday, August 7th. These are my people. Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. Jared Neiman. One more drink and Rodney Adkins. Tickets are on sale now at GVCtickets.com. Produced by 111 Productions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Head Todd and the Monsters. G-Love and Special Sauce. And JJ Gray and Mofro. All live on the same night, same stage. Presented by Grand Victoria Casino. Saturday, August 22nd at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin and Festival Park. Get tickets now at GVCtickets.com. Don't miss Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. Part of GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property. Criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Eisenhower is still jammed. Sacramento to Cicero, an earlier fatal crash has 3 right lanes blocked. Traffic only gets by very slowly. Left lane, left shoulder. Consider an alternate inbound. It's slow starting at St. Charles. 52 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The inbound Kennedy's pretty good now. Delays start at Montrose. It's 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Much heavier later. Lollapalooza revelers will be coming in, and there's road work again today on Ohio at LaSalle that caused delays yesterday. It will likely do so again today. Outbound, 35 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Edens is fine. Inbound Stevenson, 52 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 46, the Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship, hoping we would too. Friendship, pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at Values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Sunny to partly cloudy in your forecast, high 87. 70 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Great coffee. Period.
Why do you keep making fun of my hair? I told you that I just fastened my toupee wrong this morning. You don't have to keep drawing attention to it.
I just want to reach over there and just pat it down.
Don't give me a noogie. I paid good money for this hair. Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We're joined now by Illinois Republican Party Chairman Tim Schneider. Lots to talk about, local and national politics. Tim, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Glad to be with you.
So let's put one of your other hats on first and start the discussion as it pertains to your job as a Cook County Commissioner. Tody Preckwinkle, yesterday, just a couple of weeks after hiking the sales tax, wants to spike Cook County employee salaries 6.5% throughout county government. Only those making more than $200,000 in annual salary would be excluded. A couple of questions there. Why is anyone in Cook County government making more than $200,000? And secondly, 6.5% raise, $130 million in pay hikes after raising the sales tax, which is a regressive tax on the poor.
Well, isn't that amazing? I mean, just a week ago, she got 9 votes to pass a $464 million 1% sales tax increase in Cook County, and said that she was going to use that to shore up our pension system, which frankly I objected to on the board floor because I don't believe that she can do that, because state statute says that we can only contribute 1.54 dollars multiple of what the employee contributes right now. We are contributing currently at the maximum. So how can you use that to shore up the pensions when we're already contributing at the maximum? And then we find out that this week that she's going to use part of that money to pay employees of the county. And I'm the only county commissioner on the board who's voted against all the union pay increases to these contracts that we've approved that are contracts that began December of 2012 and end at the end of 2017. So we're seeing the money diverted to other purposes, and it's just wrong. Tax and spend has to end in Illinois and in Cook County, and we need to look at pro-growth, pro-business solutions to solve our problems.
Wanted to ask you about, of course, Mark Kirk and Ron Gidwitz, who came out and said that Mark Kirk should step aside and let somebody else run for the Senate seat. How have you controlled this message, and how have you tried to rein in what Ron Gidwitz said?
Well, me personally, I haven't tried to rein anything in. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I do believe that Ron Gidwitz made a misstatement, and he's corrected what he said, and is behind Mark Kirk. But what I've seen is when Ron Gidwitz made those statements, a number of people obviously called Ron Gidwitz that were rallied behind Mark Kirk and said, "What are you talking about?" Mark Kirk is a reform-driven, independent-minded, very qualified and competent United States Senator doing a great job for us. And I think you need to rethink what you said. And they convinced him to take back what he said, and he's fully in support of Senator Kirk, as most Republicans in Illinois are, and so is the state party.
Well, let's just explore Mark Kirk for a second. I think there's two issues, and I mean Ron Gidwitz may have accidentally slipped, but he said something that is being said privately in Republican circles. There's questions. There's two questions. One is a capacity question, and the other is a policy question. From your interactions with Mark Kirk, and we saw him a couple weeks ago at the Rockin' for the Troops concert, and he seemed fine. But a lot of people, especially those that don't know Mark Kirk, question with the debilitating stroke that he suffered, and it's been a heroic recovery. There's no question about it, inspirational recovery, frankly. But with that affliction that befell him, does he have the strength to go through a campaign and to be successful?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question, Dan, because the answer to that is unequivocally yes. I just saw Mark Kirk. He came to. He wasn't even expected to come to an Illinois GOP fundraiser I held in Washington on Monday, and he showed up there, and he was talking to me about ideas he had in Congress and even for the Illinois party. If anybody saw him at the City Club, he was at the City Club addressing them about 2 months ago. He was incredible. He was remarkable, incredible. He's doing great work in the U.S. Senate regarding the VA abuses in the VA hospitals, cleaning the water in Lake Michigan, his position on pro-Israel and against this nuclear deal with Iran. He's steadfast and leading the charge against that. I think he's doing great things for the people of Illinois. When you look at on the other side, his likely opponent in Tammy Duckworth, who is going to be in court next Tuesday regarding a whistleblower lawsuit that was filed against her. I think when people look at the record of these two people, they're going to find that Mark Kirk rises above Tammy Duckworth. And I don't have my rose-colored glasses on. It's going to be a very, very difficult race in 2016 in a presidential year for us to keep that seat. But Mark Kirk is a great U.S. Senator, and he has our unwavering support.
Well, let's explore now the other side, the policy side. You mentioned a couple of things, which I think you're right. He's very much aligned with Republican base in terms of opposition to the Iranian deal and on national security issues. But a couple of votes recently, one against a school choice proposal that would have diverted some Department of Education finances to opportunity scholarships for low-income children that was sponsored by Republican senators like Lamar Alexander. Mark Kirk voted against school choice. Now he seems to be telegraphing that he's going to vote against defunding Planned Parenthood that's being advanced by Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and other Republican senators. Do you see those votes as problematic as it pertains to the conservative base? I mean, we understand Tammy Duckworth is a roll call vote for Harry Reid. Got that. Not voting for Tammy Duckworth, but he's got to be concerned that conservatives are going to skip that race.
Well, I think that's been an issue with Mark Kirk over the years and some of his votes. I actually respect and applaud his independent-minded, reform-driven policies, and he doesn't always run rank and file. As you said, Tammy Duckworth is going to vote 95 to 100% with Harry Reid and President Obama. Mark Kirk thinks independently. I actually don't, as you certainly know, don't work on his policy team and understand his reasoning for each and every vote he takes. So I think you'd probably have to go to them to find out why he's positioned in certain ways and ask them why he's voting. And I'm going to tell you that the Mark Kirk I know will have a very, very good reason for why he's doing the things that he's doing, and hope you have the opportunity to have him on and he can answer those questions.
Yeah, and we definitely would love that opportunity. Before we let you jump, the other big issue at the state level is the budget impasse between the governor and Mike Madigan. They, according to news reports, they don't seem to be talking. I guess if you just want to talk about tax increases, there's not much for the governor to talk about. But your assessment of where the budget impasse stands?
Well, at this point, Dan and Amy, I think we're at a standstill. I'm just so proud of the governor for standing up for the people of Illinois. I mean, all this state has done for the last decade and a half is create tax and spend policies that got us into the situation where we have $120 billion unfunded pension system. We have $6.5 billion in unpaid bills after a 67% income tax increase. We've got huge debts all over, and the only answer the Democrats have is, again, tax and spend, just like in Cook County. It's tax and spend versus pro-growth, pro-business initiatives, workers' comp reform, tort reform, things that we need in Illinois to drive businesses into Illinois and broaden our tax base through growth in business, not just taxing the people that are here to death. When I go all over the state of Illinois, I talk to people whose jobs are to bring businesses into different states, and Illinois is red flag. Nobody wants to come into Illinois. Workers' comp in Indiana, in many cases, is 20% of what it is here in Illinois. Why would you want to locate your business in Illinois? I was talking to some folks in Springfield yesterday, and they said, can you believe, have you ever been to Evansville, Indiana? They got a Toyota plant in Evansville, Indiana that would blow your socks off. Those businesses should be here in Illinois to improve our job climate and our business base here in Illinois. And that's what the governor wants to do.
All right. He is Tim Schneider, chairman of the Illinois State Republican Party. Tim, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy start to your weekend, but by this afternoon, we'll see plenty of sunshine, a high of 87 degrees. Tonight, clear skies for your blue moon. Saturday, Lollapalooza, mostly sunny and pleasant, a high of 86. And on Sunday, we have a chance of a shower or thunderstorm, humid, a high of 85. Let's see what the travel times are like and if it's gotten any better on the outbound Eisenhower. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, good morning. Unfortunately, no improvement at all. There was an early morning rollover SUV crash between Cicero and Laramie, and this still has 3 right lanes blocked. Only the left lane and shoulder are open. The delays are massive starting at Sacramento. If you get on the outbound Ike at Cicero, you can avoid it. Inbound, heavy starting at St. Charles, 52 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The Edens is fine at the moment. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Irving Park, 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 41. To Stevenson is 52 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46. The Ryan now 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 47th, and from the Cermak toll to North Avenue. Reagan tollway slow 53 to Finley with a crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night. Wish I could have stayed longer on MyPillow from MyPillow. It conforms to my neck and back, helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain. It's great if you have scoliosis. And right now you can give the gift of a great night's sleep and give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with the buy one, get one free offer. Oh, yeah. MyPillow, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, American made. Go to MyPillow.com, type AMY, Amy, in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of 1 plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. MyPillow.com. Do it now. Don't wait any longer. And or you can call this number 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201.
Prepare for a tongue twister. Barrington is celebrating its sesquicentennial this summer. That's a fancy way of saying 150-year anniversary. Even more amazing, M.J. Miller & Company, Barrington's trusted family jeweler, has been in business for 1/3 of that time with one owner. Having a locally owned jewelry store with that kind of consistency speaks volumes. You are invited to help celebrate this milestone by honoring July as a tribute to anniversaries. It's never too early or too late to select an anniversary gift that shows how much you care. Plus, the lazy days of summer are a great time to browse M.J. Miller's cases, brimming with treasures for every taste and budget. Rest assured, M.J. Miller has the perfect piece of jewelry or giftware to help express your devotion. M.J. Miller & Company is located at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington. They're open Monday through Friday until 6, Saturday until 5, and every Thursday until 8, 847-381-7900 or mjmillerjewelers.com.
What puts your identity at risk? Did you swipe your debit card at the gas station? Identity thieves can place skimming devices on the payment terminals. Do you use public Wi-Fi? Identity thieves are known to set up shop around Wi-Fi hotspots, hoping to cash in on your personal information. Do any online banking? Go to the doctor? LifeLock reminds us that banks and health insurers are susceptible to breaches of your private information. But don't stop living your life. Get LifeLock Ultimate Plus Identity Theft Protection. LifeLock Ultimate Plus helps protect your social security number, bank and retirement accounts, credit cards, even the equity in your home. Obviously, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor transactions at every business, but you only have one identity. Protect it with the best. Enroll with LifeLock in minutes, and your protection starts immediately. Visit LifeLock.com now and use promo code AWARE or call and mention AWARE to save 10% on your membership. Call 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106. 800-520-9106.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
Banks have been foreclosing on people's homes at an unprecedented rate. Enough is enough. It's time to fight back and level the playing field. The attorneys of Bridges & O and Associates have an intense understanding of foreclosure law. Experienced attorneys will passionately litigate against and negotiate with your bank for a permanent loan restructuring. They are proud to help educate and protect families, keeping you in your home, reducing your stress, and giving you time to get back on your feet. Don't just sit there and lose your home. They can put you back in control. Get the upper hand when negotiating with your bank with their free evaluation. Then Bridges & O and Associates will develop a plan that will help your family now, 3 months from now, 3 years from now, even 5 years from now. Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm. 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Bridges & O and Associates. You have rights. Don't give up your home.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summerman. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to GetMyAirRight.com. GetMyAirRight.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Heel pain can be very frustrating. The pain usually begins with the first few steps in the morning and can last the entire day. It can ruin your day. I'm Dr. Kent Mercado from the Mercado Foot and Ankle Centers. Over 40 years ago, my father, Dr. Owe Mercado, developed an award-winning minimal incision technique that can remove a heel spur in 10 minutes or less. We've performed thousands of successful surgeries for heel pain. But the good news is that over 90% of the patients with heel pain can be helped with simple non-surgical techniques. If you or a loved one is suffering with heel pain, call us. We can help. Even if you've been treated before and still have pain, call us. Heel pain is our specialty. Let our family take care of your family.
Call Mercado Foot and Ankle Centers now at 708-383-6800 or visit oamercado.com. That's 708-383-6800 or online at oamercado.com.
Getting a lot of reaction from our interview with State Republican Party Chairman Tim Schneider.
Dan, one guy says you're getting soft. He expected you to hammer the last guest.
Ask the questions. You know, I'm not Morton Downey Jr. over here.
Sometimes you are.
And people are suggesting what I said is out there in the body politic and the conservative base. If Kirk is on the ticket, I will leave the Senate vote blank. No vote is better than a vote for Kirk. Text from 708. Man, if he doesn't vote to defund Planned Parenthood with the rest of his caucus, that's going to be a big problem for Mark Kirk. It's so much bigger than pro-life versus pro-choice.
Well, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Fox News Channel's very own Brett Baer will be here. He is hosting the GOP debate.
And at 8:18, Debbie Wasserman Schultz can't define the difference between a Democrat and a socialist. You got to listen to this audio.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and listen to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Cubs win, Sox winning streak over, and a nice weather forecast for the weekend. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Zimbabwe is trying to lure an American hunter from his refuge, like Walter Palmer did to their beloved lion.
I understand that already the processes have started, and we are looking forward for his extradition.
Environment Minister Opa Muchunguri, they want Walter Palmer for poaching. Palmer has said he regrets killing the lion but thought it was legal. He's now in seclusion somewhere after being condemned online and in protests outside his closed Minnesota office. All they can do is wait. The relatives of the 239 people on board that Malaysian plane that disappeared more than a year ago, as the piece of a wing found washed ashore on an island has been sent to France for analysis.
It's important for them to have some positive indication about what may have happened to their loved ones.
Deputy Australian Prime Minister Warren Truss, a bottle and a tattered suitcase found are also being looked at. An attack in a West Bank village has left a little boy dead, and the Palestinian president's calling it a war crime. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also calling the violence in the West Bank a terrorist attack. Jewish settlers are suspected of throwing Molotov cocktails at two Palestinian homes, the fire causing the death of an 18-month-old and seriously injuring his 4-year-old brother and parents. The attackers scrawled graffiti on the residences, including "Long Live the Messiah," "Price Tag," and "Revenge." The violence has many Palestinians worried that Jewish settlers won't be punished for their crimes, Dave.
Jessica, the search is on in western Pennsylvania for an escaped prisoner wanted for murder. Robert Chrisman ran away from his jail yesterday, then later a woman's body was found in a nearby home. Chrisman was jailed for violating probation on a drug charge, but was trusted enough to be in a work release program. He fled while delivering meals to other inmates. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are beginning to clear after some clouds forced their way through the area this morning. A light disturbance that is passing through ahead of Lollapalooza this afternoon. Good morning. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. Several people are recovering after a plane heading for Chicago was forced to evacuate yesterday in Texas. Passenger Sham Raoul scraped his knee while using emergency slides along with the rest of the passengers.
When I went through the slide, never had that experience before, so I was unbalanced and boom.
At least 3 of the 141 on board that plane headed to Chicago left the plane at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport on those emergency slides and had to be treated for minor injuries. Number of students at Chicago Public Schools will be starting class at a different time during the upcoming school year. The district announcing they have changed bell schedules for 82 schools. It could save $13.5 million in transportation costs. An ex-congressman with no home of his own has found somewhere to spend the night. Mel Reynolds scrambled to find a place Thursday after prosecutors told the Chicago federal courtroom restrictions on sexual offenders do apply to the Democrat. His federal defender says Reynolds wasn't required to register as a sex offender. Prosecutors say he should now live under sex registry restrictions. A judge in the morning did reject several places for Reynolds to stay, but hours later his attorney said Reynolds had found a place to spend the evening. State Senator Tom Cullerton is dropping out of the race to become a U.S. congressman. The Villa Park Democrat was one of the contenders looking to replace U.S. Representative Tammy Duckworth in the 8th Congressional District. Bears cornerback Tim Jennings has pleaded guilty to reckless driving. Stems from an arrest in Georgia in January. He could face disciplinary action by the NFL. Chicago sports, Boston over the White Sox 8-2. Cubs beat Milwaukee 5-2. And at 8:03, it's time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network this morning, here's Hank Weinblum.
From the Fox Business Network, futures are flat here in the U.S. Stocks are mixed overseas. They were up in China. The Shanghai market, though, had its worst month in 6 years in July, but China got good news today. It won the Winter Olympics in 2022. A November retrial date is planned for Kurt Mix, the former BP engineer charged with obstructing a federal investigation into the 2010 Gulf of Mexico oil spill. Federal prosecutors say Mix deleted text messages about the amount of oil flowing from BP's well. SoulCycle is spinning into an IPO. The popular indoor cycling studio hopes to raise $100 million in an initial public offering. providing details of its growth and bottom line for the first time. SoulCycle is pegged at some $900 million
very,
in
very
value.
heavy,
And
heavy
one way for a state to encourage economic development,
we had a very
cut the cost of power.
Darrison.
New York State is giving low-cost electricity to 15 businesses, including Amazon, with the Fox Business Report. I'm Hank Weinblum.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether
Well,
it's
a
saving
very,
for college
very
for your
heavy,
kids,
heavy
saving for retirement for
rotation
yourself,
tonight. We
or
had a
just finding
very
way to get out of
Darrison.
debt. But do you
Let's go
really
ahead,
have a
Terrace
strategy
chasing those
to
for the
make
bet.
the
They had
most
the
of your
pet.
money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to the Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge.
Well, a
Eating
very,
far
very
more than
heavy,
others will in
heavy
a similar
rotation tonight.
Eating
We had a
and
very
feeling
Darrison.
Binging at least
Fight.
weekly
Let's go
for 3
ahead, Terrace
months.
chasing those for the
Sound
bet. They
familiar?
had the pet.
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor. Sponsored by Shire.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
It is 8:06, and in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Unfortunately, there's no change on the outbound Eisenhower. It's still just a parking lot from Sacramento to around Cicero, where an earlier crash between Cicero and Laramie still has 3 right lanes closed. Traffic only snakes by very slowly. The left lane on the left shoulder to dodge the delay. Get on the outbound Ike at Cicero. The inbound side, it's heavy, starting at St. Charles. 52 minutes Thorndale to downtown, 34 from Manheim. The Eden's still clear. Inbound Kennedy, looking at about 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 40, inbound Stevenson. 48 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 46. The Rhine is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive still good. In advance of Lollapalooza, those gates open in just under 3 hours. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 47th, and from the Cermak toll to North Avenue. Reagan tollway slow Yackley to Finley. A crash just moved to the right shoulder. The other tollways are much lighter than normal. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today will be sunny to partly cloudy with a high of 87. Then tonight, mainly clear, low 64. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high 86. Then rather cloudy at night with a shower or thunderstorm, low 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
We had clouds pass through the area between 7 and 8 o'clock, but those clouds are passing out now. 70 at O'Hare, 73 along Chicago's lakefront with sunshine returning. Your next news update, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Merlin 200,000-mile shops. Get a free brake inspection at your local Merlin shop this summer. Visit Merlins.com for a coupon and locations.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A now former campus police officer going before a judge today in Cincinnati to answer for a murder charge after his own body camera showed him fatally shooting an unarmed driver. And now 2 other officers have been placed on leave in connection with this case.
One concern I have is whether Iran will simply be able to purchase a bomb from North Korea.
By releasing a 4th undercover video, an anti-abortion group is inflaming a controversy over how Planned Parenthood donates fetal tissue used for medical research.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Happy birthday, Milton Friedman. 103 today. He would be 103 today. Uncle Milty. Been kind of sprinkling Milton Friedmanisms throughout the show. Here's another fun one. Only government can take perfectly good paper, cover it with perfectly good ink, and make the combination worthless.
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
That's the one you just keep repeating. You should go read Capitalism and Freedom.
Oh, well.
Otherwise, I'm not going to let you talk to Brett Baer.
I'll have a full report for you come Monday morning, okay?
All right, very good. All right, well, come less than a week away, next Thursday night, we've got our little Bruin View event. I hope Brett Baer is not too nervous knowing that we're going to be watching him.
And all of our listeners, it's a sold-out event.
As he moderates the first GOP presidential candidate debate. And Brett Baer, Fox News Channel Special Report, Monday to Friday, 5 p.m., joins us now. Brett, thanks for joining us.
Worried most about the Brew crew.
Yeah, are you? I know. Just don't worry about it. Just make sure you use one of our questions that we submit. So let's talk about
Excellent.
Let's talk about the format of the debate. So it's changed a little bit. So it's top 10 candidates according to kind of composite polling averages in the main event, and the 6 or now 7 if you include Jim Gilmore in a undercard event of sorts. Kind of develop that for us, if you would.
Is that we had a basement for the earlier event of 1%, and in an effort to be all-inclusive, we dropped that and said anyone who's being polled by major news organizations will be invited. So I expect Jim Gilmore this week to be polled, since he announced yesterday he's been in a couple polls already. So I would expect the 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 to 5 p.m. your time, debate with Bill and Martha to have 7 candidates, not 6. But the top tier, the top 10, nothing has changed.
When is the final cutoff to decide who's going to be the A team rather than the B team?
Yeah. So the cutoff is 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, and we will announce who's on the stage at the top of Special Report on Tuesday, 6 p.m.
Now, one of the Tier 1 candidates that might not make it, though, is Governor Rick Perry.
That's true. We're looking at the polls, and we'll see where he is come Tuesday. It's really between Governor Perry and Governor Kasich of Ohio, I think.
Well, so how are you making the determinations? Because, I mean, there's so many candidates, and the polling is so close once you get past the first couple 3. And it's kind of like, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. So how are you doing the averaging to make the decision?
Yeah, so first of all, it's not me. It's a decision desk.
Right.
The experts that we use on election night. And they are using the biggest samples, the best polling organizations, and they're going to come up with the average of 5 of them, and you get a number. And that will then we have a tie, or whether we need to add another podium, or we expect it just to be 10.
Now, is this going to be a true debate, or is this going to be a Q&A session with each candidate?
Oh, it'll be a debate.
So, I mean, in other words, is there going to be opportunity for candidate interaction?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So in addition to kind of some of the things you have to navigate as one of the moderators, you got to make sure that Megyn Kelly just doesn't hog all the airtime. I mean, that's one of the things you got to work on, right?
I'm not worried about Megyn. She's a pro.
No, but so how is it going to work in terms of kind of the question and answer, the format of it? Are there going to be opening statements and closing statements? Or are you going to get right into it and allow people to mix it up?
We are getting right into it, allowing people to mix it up. There'll be questions and pointed questions to try to get some of the candidates off of their talking points on various topics. There will be interaction. There will not be opening statements, and there will be closing statements at the end.
Will there be time limits? Oh, sorry, Brett.
Yes.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, but there'll be how much time?
There will be 1-minute answers and then 30-second rebuttal. In other words, if a candidate is mentioned, that person gets 30 seconds. If there's a follow-up question to the original question, then the candidate has 30 seconds to answer.
But now
we'll have a buzzer that helps people to tell them when the time is up. See, now you guys, I like your style. The peppering.
Yes.
I'm going to take notes here.
Yeah, exactly. This is the way we're trying to get you, game time ready here. So if Trump calls everybody on stage a dummy, does that mean all 9 other candidates get to respond for 30 seconds?
Technically.
Wow.
But we're going to see how things work.
You know, millions of people, a lot of my left-leaning Democratic liberal friends are all so excited to watch. Some are watching their first ever GOP debate because of Donald Trump. How are you prepared or preparing yourself to handle him if he doesn't follow the rules?
Listen, there've been a lot of questions about Donald Trump, and what I'll say is this: is we're going to treat every candidate the same. They're going to get the same rules. They'll get the same admonishments. They'll get the same buzzer, and we're going to treat everybody exactly the same. That said, are we preparing differently? We're preparing. Let's just say that. We've seen Donald Trump on the campaign stump. We've seen him giving speeches. We've seen him interact with reporters and on The Apprentice. But we have not seen Donald Trump on a debate stage, ever. So, who knows? If he doesn't color within the lines, he'll be treated like every other candidate who doesn't do that.
And are you going to try and pin the candidates down on some kind of the more salient issues of the day? For example, there's going to be a vote in August on.
We're going to talk about things that really don't matter, I think.
No, well, you know what I mean. But I mean, really, I know.
Of course, we're going to hit all the topics.
But I mean, you want people on the record to say, do you support defunding Planned Parenthood? Do you the Iranian deal, and how would you block it if you were, or undo it if you were president? Those kind of topics are going to be discussed.
You can post those questions to us, and we may take them up. Of course, we're going to cover all the big topics of the day. I'm joking. I think what's funny is that people want to know, are you going to talk about this topic? Are you going to talk about that topic? If you look at a poll of the things that matter to Americans, trust us that those are covered in questions. And hopefully we go back to the last time that we did primary debates, and all of the press afterwards was that we asked the hardest questions of 23 debates.
Here's another idea to kind of spice it up. Now, this would be a surprise, so I could be ruining it. But maybe remember when who brought out the Hispanic reporter to ask a question about immigration
on MSNBC?
MSNBC, yeah. Right? Yeah, how silly that was. But this would be great if you brought Charles Krauthammer out to ask a question of Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Just an idea. I'm not Roger Ailes.
I appreciate it.
I'm not good at this. I'm just, spitballing with you. But
stick to radio.
Are we? But we're not going to have. Please tell me we're not going to have any of these kind of getting to know you questions, like what was your nickname in grade school?
Okay, the fact that you asked me that question, really? You think that I'm going to allow that kind of question?
No, of course not.
Pepsi. Yes, no.
I know. I'm just,
got
a little defensive. I've had 70 interviews on this debate, and all of them are telling me what we have to do. And
right, have to do or have not to do. No, it's going to be great. We can't wait for it. This is and I think.
And now we have to start our debate party earlier at 4 our time because of the B team that's going to be up there.
Drinking earlier. And the thing is too. I think it was
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I think it was a great move that Fox did to include all the candidates because, frankly, when you have got candidates separated by a couple percentage points, I mean, Carly Fiorina or Bobby Jindal could hold their own with any of the other candidates too. So it's great that people around the country will be able to see all the candidates perform.
Yeah, and we're going to use tape from that earlier event in the primetime event and in the post-game analysis. So it'll factor into some questions or some elements of later in the evening. So, listen, we've bent over backwards to try to be as inclusive as possible, but you guys realize, this is unprecedented in this campaign cycle for 17 candidates. It's logistically spinning a lot of plates.
Right.
And we're going to try to do it effectively.
All right, Bret Baier, thanks for indulging our nonsense and silliness. Bret Baier hosts a special report, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and the debate next week, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Chicago time, the undercard and the main event. We'll all be tuning in and watching. Good luck with that.
All right, talk to you next week.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it, Bret.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, former Governor Rick Perry and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You have to hear what both of them said. But first, here's your forecast. Those clouds are moving away quickly, and we're going to have sunshine, gorgeous day, a high of 87. Tonight, clear for your blue moon. Saturday for Lollapalooza, because I know you guys are all going down there. It'll be mostly sunny and pleasant, a high of 86. And on Sunday, it's going to be humid around here and a chance of a passing shower or thunderstorm, a high of 85. Let's get the travel times on the Eisenhower in both directions and see if it's cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Outbound, an early morning fatal crash has left 3 right lanes blocked near Cicero Avenue between Cicero and Laramie, and the delays are so bad from Sacramento to Cicero, we don't even have a travel time. It's just simply jammed. Traffic just slides by very slowly. The left lane and on the left shoulder. Inbound, there have been Gapers delays, but it's a fairly routine travel time. We're looking at 51 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. The Kennedy for now is not bad. Wait till the Lollapalooza traffic kicks in later. Right now, it's 29 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35, and the Edens is clear. To Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46. The Rhine is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's slow on the northbound Tri-State from Stevenson to 47th and from the Cermak Toll to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto. Be sure to get your car shiny and ready to cruise the roads for your summer travel with a cool new deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash package includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash, wipe down, an $18 deal for only $10. Hey, give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam cleaning of your shower tile and grout. Or choose a clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom. Each deal $110. It's a value of $250. Shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. So tackle your home improvement projects with quality items and huge savings from Mold Pro, Royal Air, Cedar Pro, and much more. Find it all. Just go to ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. What can I help you find today?
Yeah, hi. I need a new printer. Mine's way too slow.
Perfect timing. This week we've got amazing deals on all regularly priced HP printers in the store. Up to 50% off.
Wow, you're a lifesaver.
That's not all. All HP ink is buy one and get the second half off this week.
Wow, must be my lucky day.
It's your lucky week, but only this week.
Make big savings happen. Make better printing happen. Staples. Make more happen.
Offers end 8/1/15. 50% discount excludes HP toner and limit 2 per customer. May not be combined with other offers while supplies last. See store or staples.com for details.
It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Feldco's free installation ends Friday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 3. If your brakes are squealing, that could be a good thing.
See, manufacturers put these little wear sensors to warn you the brake pads are worn.
Hey, it's a lot cheaper to replace pads than it is calipers and rotors.
Stop by or make an appointment online.
FYI, Merlin 200,000-mile shops offer free brake inspections anytime, all the time.
And that should make your wallet squeal with delight.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
Don't let brake problems cut into your summer fun. Get a free brake inspection at your local Merlin shop before that summer road trip. And right now, you can save $50 on brake service. Go to Merlins.com and click on the gold coin for a coupon. You can also find shop locations and make an appointment at Merlins.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And Prof. Amy Jacobson. Oh, golly.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Debbie Wasserman Schultz or Governor Rick Perry?
Start with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. So DWS, DNC chairman, the Todd Christensen lookalike. May he rest in peace, by the way.
Hey.
People talk about Rand Paul's perm. Boy. Ooh. DWS, she was on with Chris Matthews, and Chris Matthews asked her a question that she was not prepared for and didn't have an answer for. Listen to this.
What is the difference between a Democrat and a socialist? I used to think there was a big difference. What do you think it is?
the difference between
a Democrat like Hillary Clinton
and
a socialist like Bernie Sanders.
What's the difference between being a Democrat and being a Republican?
Well, what's the bigger difference? What's the big difference between a Democrat and a socialist? You're chairman of the Democratic Party. Tell me the difference between you and a socialist.
The relevant debate that we'll be having over the course of this campaign is what's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican?
I think there's a huge difference.
And the difference between a Democrat and
because she couldn't answer the question.
Because there is no difference. I would have been interested actually to hear Chris Matthews try and offer an explanation of the difference because there is no difference. That was really, really interesting. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Oh my goodness, was that fun?
Well, here's the thing, but something about Debbie Wasserman Schultz you might like. She's not 100% committed right now to the Iranian deal. She might be one of those Democrats to block it.
We'll see if when it comes down to the vote where she finds herself. Obviously, the Obama White House is putting a lot of pressure on Democrats. They met with 30 of them yesterday. Many skeptics, many Democrats, frankly, raising some good points, points that Republicans have raised throughout the process. So we'll see where this all ends. But, I mean, there are Democrats like Brad Sherman in California who's been asking some very good questions and had this unbelievable exchange with John Kerry that it also bears repeating. Replaying, I should say. This is a couple days ago on the Hill. John Kerry and Democrat Congressman Brad Sherman from California.
But let's say Congress doesn't take your advice. We override a veto. And the law that's triggered then imposes certain sanctions. Will you follow the law even though you think it violates this agreement clearly, and even if you think it's absolutely terrible policy?
I can't begin to answer that at this point without consulting with the president and determining what the circumstances are.
So you're not committed to following the law?
No, I said I'm not going to deal with a hypothetical. That's all.
So there we go.
Not
now,
a hypothetical.
So now if you combine the two, if you combine Debbie Wasserman Schultz and John Kerry, like peanut butter and chocolate, you get lawless socialists.
Yes.
That's the Democrat Party.
Well, one that I like better is former Governor Rick Perry, who was on Morning Joe. And remember during the debate, he couldn't remember the third branch of government that he wanted to abolish.
Yes, right.
Yes. Well, he had one of those moments. It's painful, but listen.
So a president who actually wants to work with Congress, and I think Congress has got to be reaching across that line too. So
what are Boehner and McConnell doing well now?
Listen, I think they're working towards getting some financial things headed in the right direction, making some reductions in spending, getting these agencies. But the fact is, the American people don't really see Washington, whether it's Congress or whether it's the president, addressing the solutions that are facing this country. They want somebody that can get things done.
Ooh, wow.
Today, Junior.
It's a little rough. Kind of had a
agencies. They're doing well with these agencies. What?
Kind of froze up. He had a synapse misfire or something.
Well,
but Rick Perry can't afford that. And he certainly can't afford it next week's debate.
No, he cannot. It kind of reminded me of Serena Branson. Do you remember her? She was a reporter from KCBS who was doing a live shot.
Yeah, why would I remember
the Grammys?
Her?
Well,
because, Serena Branson. Oh, sure. I'm familiar with her work.
Well, she kind of had a misstep, too.
Well, a very, very heavy debatation tonight. We had a very Darrison bite. Let's go to Terrace and look for the head of the pit.
She could run for Congress. That kind of rap. All right, from our sister sanctuary city, David in San Francisco joins us.
Yeah, how are you? Yeah, we always got to protect our sanctuary city. It's funny, I hear, this whole rant about people opposed to the sanctuary city from these fake Christians. They're always claiming that they're real Christians, but they keep forgetting that Jesus was looking for sanctuary when he was brand new born. Herod was trying to kill the firstborn. And now, because we have one murder in San Francisco, the whole GOP establishment decides to oppose sanctuaries in the nation.
Yeah, actually, they did before that. And David, if Kate Steinle was your daughter, would you be singing the same tune?
Well, if you think about the 100,000 people just in El Salvador alone that were murdered begging for sanctuary, and that's why we came up with Sanctuary City. And now you got
Actually, David, We have political asylum in this country.
That's what sanctuary is. Right?
Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. Political asylum is a. Excuse me.
One Republican Party decides to oppose somebody as fleeing El Salvador.
Yeah, and David, I understand that you're a Nancy Pelosi roll call vote. I get it.
No,
okay,
I'm not. Big business downtown. I'm a Green Party.
Oh well, okay. So you're more of marginal.
And by the way,
I got
that
it.
whole scam about running government like a business. That's what you're laughing about, your difference between a socialist and a Democrat or a Republican.
No, that's a difference between Republican and Hillary Clinton. Thanks for the call, David. Appreciate it. It was fun to talk to you. We'll go back to, crunching granola and painting with your fingers or whatever it is you do in San Francisco. It was a joy, really. A pleasure, an honor.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature, all natural fruit and vegetable supplement.
What have you done differently in the last year, Lauren?
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that could be my reality.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-246-8751. Check out our new website. Go online to balanceofnature.com to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560. The Answer.
Some breaking news. Zimbabwe officials are moving to extradite that U.S. hunter. They want to bring him back to Zimbabwe to charge him with poaching.
Bloodthirsty despot Robert Mugabe. We're going to allow an American citizen to be extradited to face charges in Zimbabwe.
Paging the State Department.
We'll talk about it at 8:38.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom to our main man, Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. We've just been watching some video from our friends at Channel 9 this morning. We had that earlier deadly accident on the Eisenhower. Now reports of a shooting incident on the inbound Ike at Austin. So the Eisenhower jammed up again this morning, and it is another major traffic trouble spot. And Jim Talamonte will be along with that in just a moment here on AM 560. Zimbabwe is urging the U.S. to extradite an American dentist so he can go on trial there. Givemore Muvaringi is a lawyer for one of Walter Palmer's guides and says to Good Morning America it wasn't anyone's intention to kill a famous lion. Palmer, according to that guide, paid $50,000 for that hunt. A suspect in the mass murder at a South Carolina church will be arraigned today. In addition to state charges, 21-year-old Dylan Roof is facing a host of federal charges, including hate crimes. Saturday is when French aviation officials expect to get a wing piece that most experts believe may be from a Malaysian Airlines plane that vanished more than a year ago. Flight 370 disappeared from radar in March of 2014 as it was headed from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing with 239 on board. A Japanese judicial committee sending 3 former utility executives to criminal court for their alleged negligence in the Fukushima nuclear disaster. A document released today shows that committee voted in favor of indicting the chairman of TEPCO and 2 other executives. Attorneys for former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich will be asking the full 7th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to rule on his case, the move being made after a 3-judge panel decided to throw out 5 of his 18 fraud convictions earlier this month. The driver of a Gary, Indiana church bus that overturned near Indianapolis has been charged with felony reckless homicide and driving with a suspended license. The charges were filed against 53-year-old Charles Goodman in Indiana court in Hancock County. And now that Cook County has boosted its sales taxes by 1 percentage point, commissioners are considering granting pay hikes to county workers. Crane Chicago Business says Board President Tony Preckwinkle is proposing legislation that gives raises of up to 6.5% for workers. Boston over the White Sox 8-2. Cubs beat Milwaukee 5-2. And at 8:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants the voters to decide what's good for the country.
Jonah Goldberg, our pal over at National Review, writes the Donald is a bad deal for the GOP. Man, I don't know what it is about pundits and writers that make them think they know better than the American vote. Why don't we respect the voters and let them decide?
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
8:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Eisenhower, outbound traffic is still jammed solid. Sacramento to Cicero. Only the left lane and shoulder are open after an early morning fatal crash. You can get on the Eisenhower outbound at Cicero or west of there and avoid those big delays. Inbound, slow North Avenue to the Tri-State and 25th Avenue to around Central, where police are investigating a report of a shooting. 2 right lanes have just been blocked at Central. It's an hour from Thorndale to downtown. The Edens is fine. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Kimball. 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 33. Inbound Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from the Stevenson to 47th, that from the Cermak Toll to North Avenue. We have slow traffic on northbound Lakeshore Drive from 18th to Jackson. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. We have a sunny to partly cloudy day ahead, high 87. Clear and 64 overnight. Right now, 71 at O'Hare, 73 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So it turns out, Amy, interesting that folks in Zimbabwe, right, maybe not quite as upset about Cecil the lion, the beloved lion, as all the Yelp reviewers are that are opining about the dentist from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Zimbabwe information minister asked about the death of Cecil the lion in a press conference. His response? What lion?
Tears? What? Wait, what did he say?
What lion?
What?
He did his best Jay Johnson impersonation. What murder?
How does he not know about this? It's national news. I mean, the news, it's around the world.
Well, it may be around the world because so many Americans are upset, and people don't like big game hunting or trophy hunting. I understand that. But the response, is it proportional? That's a different question. Reuters interviewed some locals on the ground in Zimbabwe. One merchant telling Reuters, "Are you saying that all this noise is about a dead lion? Lions are killed all the time in this country. What is so special about this one?" Because, it's perceived that Cecil was this beloved lion, separate and distinct. He was the king of kings, as it were.
He was a tourist attraction at that national park.
Mm-hmm. Why are another Zimbabwean, why are the Americans more concerned than us? We never hear them speak out when villagers are killed by lions and elephants.
Well, we're learning this morning that some Zimbabwe officials want Mr. Dr. Walter Palmer extradited back to Zimbabwe to face poaching charges.
Please stop using the term Zimbabwean officials like it's a legitimate government. There's one official. It's Robert Mugabe. He is a bloodthirsty, murderous despot. That's who is the head of the Zimbabwean state and has been for many decades. So that is an important point that is not being discussed when you have all of these bloodthirsty opponents that want to see Walter Palmer strung up in the public square in Zimbabwe.
And the hunter is still being hunted this morning by U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They issued a statement asking the disgraced dentist to reach out to officials. This is what they want to get him on. Are you ready for this? That investigation, they say, will take us where the facts lead. They want to find out whether or not Dr. Walter Palmer violated the Lacey Act. It's a conservation law that governs the import and ownership of illegally killed, transported, or sold plants and wildlife.
Fine. I look at if he poached the lion, if it was improper what he and those guides did, then fine. No one's defending that. No one's rallying to the defense of poachers. It's starting with hunters. We've heard from them, but that is separate and distinct from number one, saying because if he did something legal, or just generally speaking, the legal act of going on these safari hunts and hunting in general, if you oppose hunting, okay, that's fine. Is the response proportional? You want to see this guy extradited to Zimbabwe?
He'll never come back.
You want an American to be extradited to Zimbabwe?
Well,
think about that.
All right, is our State Department going to protect him? Our State Department's not going to let that happen.
I can't imagine they would. I can't imagine that we would allow an American to be extradited to the Mugabe regime. I mean, that's what we're doing.
Unless he works out a deal and we pay him. The president of Zimbabwe.
What do we have to pay him? Go pound sand, dictator. Here's an interesting piece, though, too. I just want to point out. This is in Vox.com, which is a left-leaning website. It's Matt Iglesias and Ezra Klein. From Gamergate to Cecil the Lion, internet mob justice is out of control. This is a piece by Max Fisher. He compares the response to Walter Palmer to Gamergate, which was that online movement that targeted women and technology, and also the kind of online harassment conducted against female journalists. And he writes, it's a growing trend of internet mob justice, one that often bleeds into real-world harassment and real-world consequences. We know what's happening at his dental office. We know what's happening at his home.
And his second home in Florida, too.
Talking about Walter Palmer, right. Fisher continues, what Palmer did was wrong if it was illegal, and he deserves to be punished to the full extent of the law. Okay. But it's easy to forget just how dangerous and unjust mob justice is while it's targeting someone you despise. The more the behavior is normalized, the more likely it is to be deployed against targets who might not necessarily deserve to have their lives destroyed, including perhaps one day against you. I think it's an important and reasonable point to make before everybody basks in their own sense of moral superiority by trying to outdo one another in who hates Walter Palmer more and who's willing to most violently express their hatred of Walter Palmer.
I'm upset. I'm outraged.
Well, Walter Palmer is still in hiding, obviously, but Jimmy Kimmel, who's cried on his show saying, this is just bad, but please help out this wild conservation research group in Oxford. Guess how much money they've raised? Because of that one quick mention on Jimmy Kimmel, they're up to $200,000. for the Wildlife Conservation Research Group.
I also want to direct people to this piece. It's a quick piece in Commentary Magazine, Our Morally Disoriented Times by Peter Weiner. I'm not a big game hunter. I like animals. We have a dog that is beloved by my family, and I don't know why anyone would take particular delight in shooting a lion. But the worldwide reaction to the killing of Cecil is both amazing and illuminating on the times in which we live. The killing of a single beautiful lion triggers a massive outpouring of emotion and grief and rage. The massive slaughter of unborn children is ignored when it's not viewed as a sign of liberation and enlightenment. Such is the morally disoriented state in which we find ourselves. I think those are prescient comments. Let's see if we can get some more prescient comments from Joe in Milwaukee. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. I just wondered if anybody has caught the irony of this lion, Cecil, probably named after Cecil Rhodes, colonialist, empire builder, and Robert Mugabe, president for life, as I recall, wanting to have it extradited, wanting to have this doctor extradited back there with the apparently the permission of a whole lot of people, or the encouragement of a whole lot of people here. If they were going to extradite any Americans, they should have sent Tsarnaev to China, since he killed a Chinese national in the Boston bombing.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
But one thing I don't get, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, how could they charge him with the Lacey Act? Because Cecil's remains are currently in the possession of Zimbabwe authorities. So he didn't transport anything back here because they wouldn't let him take the skinned lion and the lion's head back home here.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And since the hunting guides that were involved in this hunt are in the custody of Mugabe's government, it's not like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to get to interview them. So this is just, kind of for show.
You know what? It's President Obama's administration acting like they're doing something because there's such outrage. And they filed a petition. He can go online and fill out a White House petition. Well, there's 800,000 signatures already.
Sure,
to prosecute this guy.
I can't wait for President Obama to weigh in on Cecil the lion and continue to stay mute on Cecile the butcher at Planned Parenthood. Sean in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'll tell you, we have an opportunity here. I'll give you the dentist. I want all of those guys who keep sending me emails saying my uncle died in a plane crash and I just need to send him $10,000 to get $3 million. Let's make the.
My name is Peggy.
I mean, I think you have a real opportunity here. But, that last caller, you've had a couple really interesting callers. I think that last caller is exactly right. And Cecil Rhodes is also the purveyor of the Rhodes Scholarship, which Bill Clinton received among numerous other politicians, the Fabian socialist Cecil Rhodes. See, we could tie this whole thing into a conspiracy because I'm big on these conspiracies. And the other caller from San Francisco, the communist, it's just one lion. What's everybody upset about? It's one lion. See, let's tie in these true believers, because that's the kind of guy who says it's one murder, who discounts the fact, no, it's actually 2,500 murders a year, as the Iowa congressman pointed out, which breaks down to 13 Americans a day are killed by illegal aliens in one way or another, whether it's drunk driving or violence. So this notion that you can just brush off a sanctuary city, there are ways to become a citizen. Do it the right way. Go through your church, claim political asylum. But the El Salvadorians are MS-13. And that's who's coming here. Not the little old lady drying her clothes on a rock in some river. It's the scumbags running drugs here.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Let's go to Deborah in Palatine. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Deborah? Hello, Deborah.
Deborah, are you there? She's licking her wound. She's very upset about Cecil.
No. I see what you did there.
I'm upset. I'm outraged.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine now. 87 for a high. Tonight, clear skies for the blue moon. Saturday and Sunday both look great. Sunday, we do have a chance of a quick passing shower or thunderstorm, and it will be more humid. A high of 85. Let's go to the roadways. First, we had a fatal accident earlier today and now a shooting on the inbound Eisenhower. What's going on, Jim?
Oh, I don't know, Amy. Maybe it's that blue moon, but it's been an awful morning on the Ike. Inbound, it's really jammed. First, North Avenue to the Tri-State as usual, but then from 25th to Central, it's now really a parking lot. 2 right lanes are blocked at Central. Police are investigating a report of a shooting there. Outbound, it's just been awful all morning from Sacramento to Cicero. Traffic only gets by in the left lane and on the left shoulder. This is between Cicero and Laramie, actually, due to that early morning rollover SUV crash. The Edens is delay-free. The inbound Kennedy, just 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. That's going to get heavier later. There's some road work again today in Ohio at LaSalle. Outbound 31 minutes downtown to the airport. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 45. And the Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways are mostly clearing up. Lakeshore Drive, not too bad. It is slow from 18th to Jackson on the northbound side. That'll get heavier too. Lollapalooza opens in just over 2 hours. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow from MyPillow. It conforms to your neck and back. It's American-made. Throw it in the washer and dryer when it gets dirty. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, and you should treat yourself to one. And right now, if you go on to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, you can buy one and get one free just for signing up. And you can also get 50% off those pillow toppers and all other products. Trust me, don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring. If you have allergies, if you have neck pain, insomnia, just try it. There's a 60-day full money-back guarantee. MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Moon River. We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately. There and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. Drivewithuber.com.
Are you half Irish, a quarter Italian? Would you be surprised if you are also Finnish or Cameroonian? With Ancestry DNA, you can find new and fascinating details about your ethnic origins. It's breakthrough technology for discovering where your family's story began. And from now until Saturday, Ancestry DNA is offering an unheard of discount off DNA kits when you visit tryancestry.dna.com. It's the lowest price ever for Ancestry DNA. This special offer comes as Ancestry DNA has just added their 1 millionth DNA customer. Imagine the possibilities of discovering people directly related to you around the world. You'll receive in-depth ethnicity details and maps of the places where your ancestors may have lived. Connect with distant relatives and more. For a limited time, get your DNA kit at our lowest price. Visit tryancestry.dna.com now through Saturday. It's only at tryancestry.dna.com. Tryancestry.dna.com. That's tryancestry.dna.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
First, Tom Brady got in trouble. Now his hot wife, Giselle, is taking some heat for what she's done. Are you familiar with Giselle Bundchen and her work?
Are you serious? Of course I am.
Her work as a Victoria's Secret model. I mean, she's got a beautiful body, so I'm a little concerned at the age of 35. She gave herself as a retirement gift and as a birthday gift a breast lift. And
so she's got her own Deflategate problems. Is that what you're saying?
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, after giving birth to a few children, she was concerned about the sagginess, so she was had her breasts augmented, and she had operations on her eyes, her lower lid and upper lids, to the tune of $11,000. But that's not the big story. The main story is she, trying to evade the paparazzi, she put on a full-length black burqa. She posed as a Muslim woman to enter the plastic surgeon's office. And Muslims
more like a boobka.
Stop it. So she's in a lot of trouble, a lot of hot water from Muslims. This happened in Paris, but they're very upset. They point out the fact that France banned the wearing of burqas in public spaces back in 2010. So she clearly broke the law there because you're not supposed to wear burqas. She might get possibly fined for doing that.
Boy, that's really tolerant of the French. This is one of these socialist democracies we're supposed to emulate. They're telling what you can and cannot wear in France.
Mm-hmm. And there's an imam who's come forward, Muhammad Abdullah. He said she's not doing it for Islam. This is very bad. She's wearing a holy thing for a bad purpose. And the reason why they called her out on it, because she had open-toed sandals. And Muslim women cover their feet besides covering the rest of their body.
I wish American men would cover their feet. I am completely opposed to men wearing open-toed footwear. But that's me.
Guess how much she paid to get it done?
The burqa?
No.
I thought I was going to make the showcase showdown.
No. How much?
The breast augmentation?
And the eyes.
I don't know. What is that, like 10 grand?
Oh, it's more. I thought it was more than. I thought it was 30, 40 grand, but no, it's only $11,000 if you go to Paris.
I know my plastic surgery. I've had a little work done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just glad you started to
work
on your hair.
Notice, no sagging.
Our national interest ought to be to encourage the breast.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Sean from Elmwood Park hasn't gotten all the venom out yet this morning. He texts us, you realize that over the next 30 years, there's going to be a lot of old ladies with high boobs and eyes like Marty Feldman in Florida, right?
Well, I think that's a super philosophy, Sean.
Abby Normal.
Oh, well, school's starting soon in a few weeks, believe it or not. And it's not too late to send your kids off to a private school. If you thought in the past, you know what, I can't afford it. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school in a few weeks. It's that simple. Halfpriceschools.com has schools located all over the Chicago area, North Lake, Romeoville, South Holland, Chicago, Arlington Heights, just to name a few. Now, this might make private schools a real option for your family for the first time, but do not wait. Many of these vouchers will sell out. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
What knockers? Oh, thank you, Doctor.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
With an increasing
increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA. Choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Our thanks to David Stripling, Cesar Perez, and for
Shake and
you
bake.
for listening, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Fare thee well, Mamma Jamma.
First, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello one more time to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we're watching developments on the Eisenhower Expressway again today. Jim Talamonte is along with traffic with the latest. Nice weather forecast for the weekend. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They've waited 16 months for answers. Now the grieving families of the 239 people on board the